So, good morning. Welcome back to the June IESBA board meeting, day 4. Thank you for being here on time. We have another challenging agenda ahead of us today. But before I give the floor to Laurie Ensley, I'd like to thank the staff and all those who were involved in the preparation and organization of yesterday's board activity. It was a very nice time. I hope that all those who joined enjoyed the walk, the visit to the galleries, and the very nice dinner in a very nice place. So thank you very much. A very special thank you, because we know that organizing, it's very easy to enjoy. It's very difficult to organize. So thank you very much. And I really value these moments. I think it's the opportunity for us all to speak in a less formal way and to know each other better and to enjoy a little bit together with. So I think it was a very nice time. Also, I'd like to welcome Andy Mincer back to our meeting. I hope that you already found out in which country you are and which time zone. Thank you very much for this big effort to be with us on Monday and on Thursday again, with a trip and a meeting in between in London. Thank you very much, Andy. Very much appreciated. And with this, what we have today in our agenda is the topic of the use of experts. I'd like just to recall that we addressed already this topic in March in Abu Dhabi, first time that the task force presented us with their initial vision and proposals. After that, there were the roundtables where some feedback was collected, and the task force kept on working on their proposals. And what we are supposed to do today is to receive a presentation from the task force and discuss the proposals as they are now. Also remind you and those online as well that this the purpose and the objective is to expose these draft standards by the same time as the sustainability project, if possible. And to have them finished until the end of next year. Of course, this all is subject to the capacity and to the discussions around the table, which may or may not allow for the necessary progress and clarity about the direction. The use of experts project completes what we are doing on sustainability, but not only. It will be an important part of what the Code of Ethics will deliver in terms of making sure that not only the first line providers of sustainability reporting and assurance mainly will be doing, but also to have an ethics and independence appropriate framework for those working as experts in the same field. Moreover, what the IESBA recently did and approved on technology and the still ongoing project on tax planning will demonstrate that this, in addition, that this project is really important and is will cover, I hope, part of the activity which needs to be reinforced from an ethical and independence perspective. And with this, Laurie, thank you very much for the task force, for having been working in this difficult topic. And I'll give the floor to you for the presentation or whatever you may want to tell us. Laurie.
Great. I'm going to do a little bit of an intro. And thanks, Gabriella. It's really good to be here today and having the chance to discuss this as we have been with all the sustainability work. So I hope we live up to the mark that was set in the first few days here. When we all met a few months ago in Abu Dhabi, we at that point had one meeting and had some very early thoughts on direction of travel. I will say that the roundtable feedback, and we're going to go through some of that today, was very valuable to us in really helping shape where we went on this. So you'll see some change in direction or refinement, if you will, in direction. And I think that's going to be important for us to discuss as a group. We know that we'll be going into heavy drafting over the course of the summer. So any feedback that we receive today is actually extremely valuable. We have done quite a bit of work to get us to where we are so far, but we want to make sure we get the balance right. And I think that's the main message I want to get here. There is no one right answer to this question. We have heard, and in the roundtables, incredible amounts of extreme views of where this should go. Our job as a board is really going to be able to find the balanced solution that we are comfortable with. And because there is no right answer, I think all the feedback here is going to really help us today to shape that. That balance between the public interest, because stakeholders are clearly have a heightened expectation of objectivity around experts and use of experts, especially as we know with sustainability, there's an expectation that the use of experts, the nature and quantity of experts may increase, and balanced against making sure we don't create unnecessary or disproportionate barriers, cost or other barriers in the use of experts, availability of resources, that kind of thing. So that's a tricky goal because it's a bit subjective, but I think we can get there and build an ethical principle-based framework that will help PAs and guide PAs in assessing experts and the use of experts in their work. So what we're really looking for is a targeted, proportional approach. I mean, so I'll start with that. That's, I think, very important. Everything that is said today will really guide us as we continue to work. So please feel free. And I'm going to hand over Cam to take us through some of the roundtable comments and some of the early thoughts of the task force. And then we'll be pausing throughout for comments. And again, welcome those. Thanks.
Thank you, Lori. So this is, I won't go into detail in the slide because we've also received an update on the roundtable breakout earlier this week from the workstream 1 and 2. I just wanted to reemphasize again that we had really good participation, 142 participants, and a really healthy representation from the non-accounting sector. So 37% of those participants, along with the accounting sector of 41%. In terms of the proposals that the roundtable participants discussed, I just wanted to give a recap. So we also discussed this at the March board. So the task force's proposals then were 3. So one was to introduce definitions, and primarily this was to delineate with others, so non-experts, not experts that are also used on a multidisciplinary team, and also to introduce a principles-based ethical framework to provide detailed guidance for PAs to determine who's an expert and when they can use such expert. And finally, also a proposal to require select independence requirements of external experts used in a audit or assurance engagement when those external experts' work significantly influences the outcome of the assurance engagement. So on the next couple of slides, I'll just go through some of the roundtable feedback and the task force's preliminary responses in that regard. So you'll see one of the key questions that was raised by some of the participants is firstly, why is this project necessary? There was an observation that the use of experts is not a new phenomenon. It's been ongoing. There's already existing guidance in the IESA 620, for example, and furthermore, the highlighting that in the previous projects for revising IESA 220 and the ETGA project, it was already determined that external experts are not part of the engagement or audit team and therefore are not subject to independence requirements because they are not under the direction, supervision, or review of the firm. On the other hand, there was also support from roundtable participants, recognizing that this is an area that needs more guidance, and the use of experts does span beyond those used in an audit or assurance engagement, and with the increased use of experts in emerging fields. So the task force will very clearly and clarify, elaborate on the rationale for why the project is necessary, the impetus for the project in the explanatory memorandum draft form when the ED is issued, and also you'll see a further expanded rationale in the papers already posted for this board meeting. The next slide here, we received also some very, very helpful suggestions and from roundtable participants in determining who is an appropriate expert. In particular, also what makes an expert in an emerging field when, for example, the expert might not have the credentials or academic, well-established academic credentials or professional boards to support that. In this regard, it was also noted that assessing an expert's reputation, although it's very important, for example, in well-established fields, this might also be challenging in emerging fields. So a couple of factors were provided. For example, for emerging fields, it should be active experience, so active implementation and working in that emerging field, and the length of experience that expert has. So these factors have been incorporated into the draft strawman that's also been posted for the board meeting for this meeting. And then on to the feedback on the proposal of independence. So that was where external expert, if their work significantly influences the outcome of an audit and assurance engagement, then select independence would be required. So in this slide, you'll see, and as Laurie pointed out, we had a wide range of comments from two extremes. So this is one end of the spectrum. So there were reservations from roundtable participants, essentially that the code is not enforceable on external experts. So it is quite difficult to require or impose external experts to be independent when they're not under the control and monitoring of the firms. Also in particular, it was also pointed out that in emerging fields or geographies, there might be a limited number of experts, and therefore that might give rise to quality issues if no experts are available due to requiring independence for these external experts. It was also highlighted that right now, when an external expert is used, the engagement partner has to ensure that the evidence arising from this external expert, the work from this external expert, is actually reliable and can constitute sufficient evidence when it's used in their work. So therefore, the engagement partner can already decide whether or not this external expert is appropriate to be used. So therefore, requiring independence is not necessary. And also just a view that competence is ensuring the competence of the external expert is a lot more important than independence, because there is essentially a lack of competence in this area, and therefore that's why the external expert was used. On the next slide here, on the other end of the spectrum, there was also support from roundtable participants in terms of the view that all external experts should be independent, just like engagement team or audit team members are. There's a rebuttal presumption that essentially when you use an external expert, their work would be significant to your engagement. And hence that's why you're using the external expert in the first place. There was encouragement to think about the credibility issues from the viewpoint of a reasonable, knowledgeable investor, in that if that investor knew that the external expert that was used for a specific assurance report is not independent or objective, then the credibility of that report would be impacted. And also a suggestion that if the external expert is not independent, then the assurance report should disclose that fact. And then the users of the report can decide on their reliance. And finally, on this next slide, we also have some suggestions from roundtable participants on what could be a practical way forward. So for example, there was encouragement to consider a principles-based approach in determining whether the external expert is objective based on the facts and circumstances on a case-by-case basis. There was general agreement that all the factors that were listed in the briefing note, so these are the factors essentially that are the same independence considerations for engagement team and audit team members, such as financial interests, business relationships, other family and personal relationships. These are all good and fair examples and good questions to ask of the external expert and evaluate where they stand in that respect. And based on this assessment, then the engagement partner can decide whether or not to use the external expert. There are also other factors that were suggested for assessing the objectivity of the external expert, such as how they're funded and the business activities of their controlling owner. So I'm just gonna, in terms of the task force response to these, to the roundtable feedback on independence, what the task force is proposing right now, it recognizes the two viewpoints, and in coming to a balanced approach, it is for external experts used in an audit and assurance engagement. It is proposing to, in part 3 of the code, introduce a principles-based ethical framework, which focuses on evaluating the competence, capabilities, and also objectivity of the external expert. And when evaluating the objectivity of this external expert, to measure it against all the specific factors, essentially the same independence factors as in audit and engagement teams are measured by. But in part 3 of the code, and the onus is on the PA, the professional accountant, to do this assessment. And based on that assessment, if there are doubts about the objectivity, then the external expert cannot be used. So based on this approach, then accordingly, the significant influence test that that the task force had proposed in March, that's been withdrawn. Then I just want to pause here and pass back to Laurie.
Yeah, I just was going to make a comment about the significant influence test, because we should draw a bridge to the discussion that we had back in Abu Dhabi, which was that sort of very early thoughts that we would look at independence attributes as part of objectivity if the expert's work had a significant influence. If it didn't, those wouldn't be looked at. That's been withdrawn, and the work that the PA will have to do will be with regard to all experts. Okay, so we're not delineating only some, because there was a lot of discussion, and I think rightly so, both at the board meeting and at the roundtable discussions. Well, how do we define what's significant? And that's just another one of those filters that makes it difficult. So the task force talked about that, and we decided that the work, whatever the work that the PA has to do to determine objectivity, including the list of independence attributes, should apply to all experts that are being evaluated. That makes sense. Does that? Okay. Okay. So we also had a network standard setters meeting last week that we presented. We presented this document that you're all looking at today and sort of went through. And I thought we had some really good feedback from that group. Again, we saw the two bookends of viewpoints sort of emerge in various forms. One, that everybody should be required to be fully independent, i.e., comparable to Part 4. And the other view that independence shouldn't be required. Okay, so while all of those views are valid, it's not particularly helpful to the task force, because we have to come to a principled approach here to how we land on an answer. We did also have a suggestion, which was interesting, and that came from Galen, actually, that should we pick, he was okay with sort of the draft that we've got here, but should we pick out direct financial interests and have that be the mandatory independence requirement, any direct financial interest. So that's something that we've taken away. It's obviously not incorporated in what you're looking at right now. The task force has to meet and discuss that, but I wanted to pick that out and flag that because that was sort of somewhere in the middle of the two extremes, and it is a useful thing to think about. And then there were also some discussions around revising definitions, whether things should apply to all individuals in a firm, not just the expert doing the work, and to include those with accounting and assurance expertise. And then there was this whole discussion around certifications. Whether we apply this to people who perform certifications, they aren't necessarily acting as experts, but so we have to have a discussion around that. So that was some of the NSS feedback. But I think what I would say about the NSS feedback, and it's true, I think about the roundtables, the trickiest part of all the feedback that we've received is going to center on how do we calibrate this objectivity test and the independence attributes that are being assessed, and what is mandatory, and how do we move through that. And I think that is yet to be decided by the task force. So I wanted to lay that out before we move into the broader discussion, because I think the feedback from the board and views from the board are really going to help us as we measure that response, if that makes sense. Okay. I'm going to pause there. Maybe we should stop for any early thoughts, because that's a fair bit of feedback. And I know some of you were at the roundtables and heard your own set of feedback. So please jump in here where we're talking about things.
Thank you very much, Laurie. So we will start by listening to the board about first thoughts about these first proposals of the task force. Sunam.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for the explanation. I participated in Singapore roundtable. I noted also, I made the same observation as you said. There were a lot of strong arguments against our proposal. First one was why we need this project. We have considered independence a lot of time, and also this issue has been in the IESBA code. It's not a new issue. There were a lot of challenges from the floor. So I think it will be very good to have a strong argument about why we need this project to establish standards for experts in our standard, or as you said, explanatory memorandum. I strongly agree with that. Secondly, and also there was a challenge if we make these standards for the future. One of the concern raised was what legal or regulatory responsibility the PA will have further from now. So it may be different issue from our perspective, because it should be decided by laws and regulations of individual countries or by IESBA standard. But in any way, there were a lot of issues and concerns from the floor. So I think, as you already said, we need to be very strong. We need to have very strong position about the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. Hector.
Thank you very much. Not having been exposed to this discussion before, I jump into it now. And I don't know if this is useful, but my thinking was around the framework of saying, knowing if the experts that conducted part of the work that are not part of the engagement team were really independent or not is probably crucial for the degree of assurance and that reliability that stakeholders will have on the assurance work. And therefore, the question is it really onerous on the PA to assess that independence or objectivity? And is that cost better placed on the PA than on stakeholders that will have to make their own assessment of that independence or that objectivity when they receive the report saying, this expert was not part of the engagement team, we just used that input coming from this expert that we don't put our hands on fire for him because we don't know. It's an expert. From that point of view, it makes sense if you're thinking about public interest that the PA who is actually collecting a fee for the assurance to internalize that cost and provide an opinion or a sort of a validation of the objectivity rather than leaving that to the users of the information. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the way I saw it.
Thank you, Hector. I would say that it makes sense, but let's listen to the others. Mark.
Thank you. So, it's very interesting to hear the task force's articulation of the issues. I agree with where sort of you land, and I think that the challenge in all this is that looking at it from a stakeholder perspective, there's almost a sort of default assumption that the expert has the appropriate expertise. So therefore, there is a need for some tension with the system, that the PA is doing something to ensure that that is warranted. I think possibly the big challenge as I see it within this project, and it's hard to see how to deal with it in the context of a globally adopted code, is that in the largest audit firms, they generally tend to have internal experts that can be drawn into teams and provide that input. So this is a very specific challenge, sort of lower down in the audit market. And therefore, I think sort of not only do we need the principles-based framework that the task force is proposing, but I think we also need to think about what guidance sits around it, because actually we're sort of not only thinking about how to deal with the public interest challenge, but there's also an element of helping to do the right thing in a sector of the market that might be less well equipped to do some of these things without a little more explicit help. So that's the sort of thing that sticks out for me, the fact that those who are the largest and the best resourced will have access to all of this. The further you go down, perhaps the quality of the expertise that you may be able to call on may be poorer, which makes this all the more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Laurie, do you want to react or do you want to collect a few other comments?
Maybe collect a few others.
Okay. China, please.
Thanks, Laurie, for the presentation. I mean, being in one of the roundtables, particularly in the group that I led, I thought the discussion was just misdirected because of the auditing standards setter, who sort of saw no need to have anything new because they felt that ISA 620 dealt with it. So I wouldn't so much faith in the discussion that happened afterwards because the conversation was derailed. But we also had the representatives of the regulators in our group, and they thought that it was worthwhile considering it, the independence of the experts for audit. So like if I take an example, if you take a graduate in audit team who has, will do basic task. And then we have the expert who does things that are much more valuable for the audit and will take judgment. So we are saying the graduate has to be independent and subject to all the requirements, but the expert doesn't need to be. So I think there's sort of a bit of a mismatch, and it's worthy of consideration. I'm not saying for everything, but for audits, I think there's a public interest element. And going back to the conversation at the national standard setters, they also, I think Galen didn't only say about the direct financial interest, but he said loans and things like that, like, the 3 or 4 things that was put up at the March meeting, whether those should be considered from an independence perspective. So I think it's worthy of further consideration, particularly for audits, because there's a public interest consideration, and it could be for where there's a significant or substantial impact on the audit. So not for all audits, but a scaled approach that could be incorporated. So I don't know, my feeling is that we should consider it rather than discard it at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chana. Laurie, whenever you feel that it's not, you prefer to, oh, okay.
Just because my memory isn't that long and I'll lose I'll lose track. So Hector, thank you for the balancing thought process around, where the onus should sit. I think that's useful for us as we think about the public interest. And I think another comment that we heard sprinkled throughout is look, if we're going to use experts, right, there is, and Mark sort of said this, there's a default expectation that something is taking place to make sure this is okay, right? And I think that's what, I think you and Mark were sort of touching on a similar point in a different articulation. And so what we need to do is figure out what are those steps. Chana, I'm very sensitive to the point you've raised, which is why I sort of started the discussion with, I think this is going to be the toughest aspect. So we'll take your comment away, and I don't have an answer for you right now, because I actually think that's the single trickiest part of this whole project. So I would love to have an answer, but I don't, which is this exactly, where do we go if we dial it up in a certain area, where and how do we do that? So I think we'll have to come back in the September when we do the first draft with some discussion around that.
Okay, thank you, Laurie. Rania, please.
Thank you. So at the March meeting, I was definitely for being very strict on the issue of independence, but listening now to the feedback from the roundtables, I'm just considering whether perhaps we should consider, instead of focusing on the expert as an individual, perhaps on the expert team that the assurance provider is drawing on, and perhaps instead of perhaps we should be focusing more on, rather than independence, but the factors that we should balance as the assurance provider decides if that expert team is appropriate or not. And then that would mean that you'd have to balance different factors, including the competence, the level of knowledge of the assurance provider themselves. So that is another point. And finally, perhaps our focus should be on developing a due process, perhaps a process that is transparent, a process that is documented, a process that is made public, perhaps engaging the primary beneficiaries of the engagement in the process, in the selection process. So perhaps think out of the box and not exactly limit ourselves to what is done in audit. So.
Thank you, Rania. That raises me some questions, but I'll wait to listen to the others because they may respond better than questioning now. Rich, please.
Thank you. Lori and Cam, thanks for the presentation, and I'm generally supportive also of where you're at. I sat in and moderated two of the sessions on experts at two different roundtables. And it was interesting. You heard that same pushback that you referenced. Why do we need this? Until you started going through the question about the specifics. And then people were like, very much, yes, that person shouldn't have a financial interest in the company, and maybe their employer shouldn't. And everybody had a little different view, but that really got people focused that there was some need here. I would also point out that this has been an item we should be cognizant of. We're not doing this just for sustainability. This experts change will impact use of experts across any use of experts. And in fact, it's been on our strategic work plan or a suggested item for that for a while. And we should make sure we think about the reasons. We're considering the rationale and reasons that got it there. The one thing I have observed though is, and I heard a little bit of this about when you hear people say, well, we don't need to do this because we have the requirement in the auditing standard to assess objectivity. One thing that I'm cognizant of in the practice is that when you do that, you assess the objectivity not only of the individual who is the expert, but of their employer because of the pressures that could be on the individual because of the impact on their employer. So I would encourage us to consider that as we go through the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Ken?
Thank you, Gabriela. So I suppose a few thoughts, and I thought it would have been useful, Laurie and Cam, to perhaps walk the board again through the initial rationale for the project in the project proposal. And one reason it would have been helpful to do that, and I know it's documented in the papers, but it would have been a useful reminder to the board as to why we are here today talking about the topic of experts. And a reason why it would have been useful is precisely to respond to what Jenna has just shared. And it is that there were quite a few views or perceptions during the roundtables, and it wasn't just in Australia, it was in a couple of other locations as well, that the provisions addressing the use of external experts in the auditing standards, the IESB's standards, appear to be adequate in dealing with the issue of external experts. And therefore, why is there a need for this board to deal with the topic of use of experts when it's already pretty well addressed already and has been for a long time? So perhaps it's useful, at least from my perspective, from my understanding of why we are where we are today, to articulate a couple of those key reasons. One is, first of all, we are not dealing with only audit engagements. So we are dealing with use of experts across the spectrum of professional services that a firm of professional accountants might be providing. But importantly, when we think about the sustainability context, a firm of non-accountants might be providing as well. So in other words, we're dealing with use of a standard that may be needed relative to non-PAs. And currently, this is not addressed in the IESBA standards. That's number one. Number two, when we think about where this issue was raised, or where this question perhaps more precisely was raised, well, it was raised during our discussion on the group audits project. And I suppose it was pretty clear that there was a bit of a disconnect. And I think the PIB raised this question very clearly when we went through the discussion of the different categories of experts that might be used in the context of a group engagement, group audit engagement. You may well have internal experts within the firm, They provide advice on technical issues, industry specific issues, and so forth. And then you may well have the firm themselves going out to commission the services of an external expert for purposes of the group audit engagement. And in that context, you do have a bit of a disconnect. On the one hand, you have external experts. First of all, they are excluded for purposes of the group audit engagements, but you do have internal experts who are scoped in as part of independence. That's one aspect of it. The other dimension is in a group audit context, we do have need for consideration of component auditor firms or component auditors who are outside of group audit, the group auditor firms network. And from our independence perspective, where this board has landed in the ETGA provisions that have been finalized is that for relative to component auditor firms outside the group auditor firms network, while they are scoped in for purpose of independence. So there is a bit of an analogy there. You know, if I were to just focus on independence requirements that apply to component auditor firms outside the group auditor firms network, well, these are individuals or these are firms who are contributing to the group audit engagements, who are contributing to the evidence, etc., that the group engagement partner will need to express the opinion. And those individuals, those firms are actually subject to independence. Admittedly, there are different considerations in terms of the scaling of it, etc., but they are scoped in for purposes of independence. So if I were to put the totality of all of that into play and put that on the table, the question really is, does it make sense to have external experts in an audit context, but also in a sustainability assurance context, to be also subject, if you will, to the same approach, to the same framework of assessing their independence relative to the engagement? And I think Hector has raised again, this question of perception. If you were to look at it objectively from a third-party perspective, if an external expert is actually involved in the audit engagement in particular, but also potentially in this sustainability assurance engagement, does it make sense from a public interest perspective for them not to be subject to some sort of independence considerations or constraints? So the question to my mind is, yes, they ought to be subject to a level of independence, so to speak. The issue is really how we approach it. And that's something we can discuss.
Thank you very much, Ken, for these very good additional thoughts. Mark and Rich, Mark?
Just, I think that's very helpful. So I think there are two sort of opposing challenges for the task force to try and work out. First of those challenges is that the IESBA are sort of already rolling out their ISA 620 approach through ISSA 5000. So I think we need to make sure that we marshal that. So why do you need to do something on the one hand? On the other hand, I think for all of the rationale as to why we have the project, Ken, I think that the underlying problem is that most of the stakeholders out there probably already think an expert that the auditor relies on is as independent as the auditor. And you know, the more that we can do to, you know, put something behind that, so that sort of level of trust that an expert is independent, then the better that becomes, in my view. Because, you know, it would be very hard to go out there and say, well, you place reliance on this expert, but bear in mind that they're not this, they're not this, they're not this. And then people go, well, hang. Whereas I think, you know, there is a strong rationale for what we do, sort of based on that stakeholder perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Laurie, do you allow me? Sorry, Chana.
Just to add a couple of more things. If you look at, just on Mark's point, if you look at IEESB's future strategy, they have a revision of 620 in mind. So if we will need the coordination effort, because if we say we do nothing and then they do something in a couple of years, it doesn't look good. And to Ken's point, when we were doing ETGA, we actually parked this saying we will come back and look at it. And the objective A in the project proposal is independence of experts in respect of audit and assurance engagement. So just want to make those observations, Gabriela.
Thank you, Jana. Can you want Begonia, please?
Thank you. I just want to, say that from the PIOV perspective, I mean, we agree with the comments made here by Ken and Hector. Thank you very much for clarifying this. PIOV has been raising the need to have some more clear guidance about the independence of these external experts. And I share Hector's view about who is supporting the cost of that. It's not clear from the public interest that this should be borne or gone to the individuals. So it should be within the auditors or the public accountants, those that do it. And if we think about the sustainability field, then this is even much more relevant to be considered. And if we think about the value chain later, then it's even farther. So having these boxes for independence for one group, but not for the others, is a bit not clear. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Begonia. Ken.
Yeah, maybe if I can just under the sort of perspective in terms of the process, if indeed, and I think I do have the sense from around the table that there is a bit of consensus that at least insofar as external experts are concerned, they ought not to have things like financial interest in the audit client or the sustainability assurance client, or they shouldn't have business relationships and so forth. But the question is the degree and the extent in terms of those considerations. But there is an aspect of process that maybe touches a bit on what Hector raised earlier, and that is where should the cost lie in terms of making the evaluation, etc. And who should bear primary responsibility for that assessment of, at the end of the day, objectivity. And if I were to contrast the approach that is currently taken under the auditing standards versus the approach that we take from an independence perspective relative to the use of external firms or component auditor firms that are not part of the group auditors network, well, under the IESBA, in effect, the onus comes to the auditor, because the auditor is required to make that assessment of objectivity. The auditor makes an inquiry of the external experts. Do you have any financial interest? Do you have any business relationships? And I think that's probably as far as it goes under the ISA 620. And the auditor makes that assessment of objectivity. Is the expert sufficiently objective or not? And if not, then the auditor has recourse to a number of actions, including not using the work of its external expert. If I were to contrast that approach to the approach we take relative to the use of a component auditor firm, that is contributing to the audit work. The auditor, the group auditor, essentially makes a communication. It hinges, or it turns into a communication or an exchange of information. So it's a group auditor firm that communicates what the independence expectations are to the component auditor firm. In other words, if we will use you for purposes of this engagement, we would like you to comply with these requirements. In other words, you should not have financial interest, business relationships, etc. And then the group auditor communicates an expectation that the component auditor firm will communicate back to the group auditor firm that they can confirm they can fulfill those requirements and therefore they are independent. And the group auditor firm then takes that confirmation and if the group auditor firm is satisfied about this confirmation, then they can go ahead and make use of that work. So under that model, the onus for the assessment is placed on the component audit firm. And if we were to think about how this model would work in an external expert context, would it be onerous, if I can put it that way? I mean, maybe that's a question the board needs to ask. Would it be unduly onerous to have the external expert make that assessment, knowing that the information has been conveyed from the auditor as to what the expectations are in terms of compliance with specific independence requirements? And if the answer is that it's not unreasonable for them to do whatever they need to do to make those confirmations internally, and then come back to the auditor to confirm, yes, we can meet those requirements, and therefore we are in effect independent. There will be some questions, and maybe that goes to the scaling point, which I think Sungnam raised earlier. Should we be a little bit more stringent, potentially in terms of the PI audit versus a non-PI? Equally for sustainability assurance, maybe for those engagements that are maybe of heightened interest, maybe there's a bit more that you need to fulfill versus one that's maybe a voluntary engagement. So I think there are scaling considerations that can come into play. And I would say equally, if this service is a non-assurance service, because remember, we are trying to look at it holistically. So if the expert is used in a non-assurance context, well, maybe it doesn't have to be as strict as in an audit context. So I think there are different layers that we can work through, but the critical question is, does the board feel that, and that's, again, it's maybe it's an honest question, if I can use Hector's conceptualization of it, or the onus be on the auditor to make that assessment of objectivity? In this case, it would be an assessment of objectivity, or the onus be on the external expert to go internally through all the requirements that would have been communicated from the auditor as to whether they can confirm they don't have financial interests, don't have business relationships, they are not performing a lot of non-assurance services for the audit client, etc. So that's an open question I put on the table.
Yeah, Ken, maybe just to refine that a little, I'm not sure it's going to be as black and white as that. I think it's going to end up being both, because when you're dealing with a wide variety of experts, you're going to get information back, and then you're going to have, the auditor is going to have to assess it. For instance, on the business relationship side, we heard this in all the roundtables that in some markets or for certain specific type of experts, there may not be that many. So there may be ongoing advice or work that has been done, and that's going to have to be assessed. So I think it's going to be there's going to be an onus on both parties. And I think we need to think about that. Definitely there's going to have to be confirmations, and definitely those are going to have to be assessed, because it isn't like the experts that are going to be providing these services are not like component auditors or auditors throughout the world who are already required to have independent systems in place, right? These are going to be entities that are not currently subject to independence. So we're going to get, as practitioners, the PAs are going to get information back that isn't perfect, and there's going to have to be an assessment. So there will be work that has to be done. Is it significant, or is it something relatively minor? And I think that's one of the struggles that the task force is going to have to work through. So I think when we think about Ken's question, which I think is posed properly and raised by Hector, we have to think about that middle ground as well, right? It's not going to sit one place or another. It's going to be a cost on both the experts and the PAs, which I think is fine, because the one place I think probably all of us agree the cost can't sit on is the stakeholder, right? Because they have no ability to reach in and touch that.
Thank you, Laurie. If you allow me, before listening to Galen, Christelle, and Hector again, I'd like first to ask something to Rania, because I listened to your suggestion, thinking out of the box, thinking differently, setting up a due process, probably for the auditor to assess, etc. But I don't see a significant difference between that, but you help me, between that process that would be put in place and what we are suggest, or we might suggest in terms of setting standards to help them make that assessment, and putting it in a constructive perspective or a positive perspective. I think that the auditor, but correct me if I'm wrong, will always have to make some kind of assessment. First, because they have ISO 620 and the principles apply, and etc. Wouldn't it be helpful and even protect them against any undue or excessive expectations, that there were standards supporting them, making that process, making that assessment, etc., and having clear for everybody what are the boundaries, which are the limits, which are the standards and the criteria against which they have to make that assessment. So I don't see that big difference between that process, that due process, and the due process that they will have to undertake if they have standards against which they will have to assess the independence, objectivity, whatever of the.
Thank you for your question. So my point was basically, again, perhaps I'm thinking my focus is more on sustainability assurance rather than on audit per se, because I think there the context is very different. And if we want our standards to be acceptable and adopted by non-PAs, then I think a very important aspect of them is that they have to be pragmatic. And so if they are too onerous, as has been mentioned, on the assurance provider, then it might be too much for them to accept, and it might put them, because if the standards are strict, I think it's very important to be, somebody mentioned a few days ago, the perfect is the enemy of good. So if you put some extremely strict standards in a context where, and this was based on the the feedback from the roundtables, there are certain contexts, and I think even in developed countries where certain, expertise in the area of sustainability is in the making. There are so many areas that are developing and will continue to develop, and so I think the issue of limitation of expertise in a certain area is going to be a major issue that we have to account for. And so I think if you put strict standards about concerning independence, that you might be really limiting the margin of maneuver for the assurance provider. So what I was thinking is perhaps say, okay, there is a certain due process. This is the process that we go through. Of course, financial independence should be a factor in considering. Of course, there are so many, but there are so many things that you have to look at and you have to balance it. It cannot be as strict as in financial statement audits. And something very much to what Lori just mentioned concerning receiving information and having to process it, okay? I'm not saying that the auditor or the assurance provider should not be processing certain information, but, and this is something from very personal experience, you might send out a questionnaire or a question or whatever, a form to be filled out, and you get certain answers, and they might actually be the responses you get, they would be in perfectly good faith, but sometimes the counterparty doesn't really know what they are, what they're really talking about, and there is a certain level of education that's going to have to be carried out. I'll just give you a tiny example. Once we were rolling out a survey about the accounting function and the internal audit function across the Arab region. And we were trying to see how much, what is the percentage of small and medium-sized enterprises that have internal audit function. And so we were getting, we rolled the survey around across 8 countries. We got different types of results until we sent the survey to one country. I'm not going to mention the country, but we got like 100% of the SMEs have an internal audit function. And then I got surprised. It was very did not make sense. And so we asked the expert who was conducting the survey to go back and ask those SMEs who performs the internal audit. Is it an in-house function or external or outsourced? And what were the responses we got? That it's the manager, him or herself, that does the internal audit. And then I realized they really do not know what an internal audit function is. And then we rolled out the survey again with the same question, and the percentage of internal audit function across the region dropped from around like 80 or 70% to around like 10, 20%. And what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of verification that's going, if you really are going to put so much responsibility on the assurance provider to make that sort of verification, it's going to be onerous. And I think the danger is that our standards will be too hard to adopt. That's my question. So I'm saying, if on the other hand, you shift the focus to a process that the assurance provider gets the inputs of stakeholders as to the selection process, what are the criteria that are to be balanced? And of course, certain things like, for instance, direct financial interest, so on and so forth, these can be verified. But then this is the process, you document it, you're transparent about it, perhaps engage some others within it. And then you have carried out your responsibility, and it's not that onerous on you. It's not that much of a risk for you to say, I'm going to take Rania, I'm not going to take Ken or this or that. That's my point. So it's just shifting again the burden and the risk on the assurance provider, or alleviating some of the risk on the assurance provider of making a certain choice with regards to an expert. That's just my.
Well, let's listen to the other members, the other board members. I'm a bit concerned, though, about what I'm listening. Well, I fully understand the question of the burden, and even the possibility of having to split the burden between different stakeholders, or the PA, etc., not putting it all on the PA. But when I looking at the responses at roundtables, I really get concerned, because some of the responses that are reflected in this presentation, for me, are fragile. Like the external expert might not even understand what the term independence entails. But who should take the risk of the independent not understanding? So if they don't understand, let's leave it like this. Let's, using Hector's word 2 days ago, let's leave it in the far west. They don't understand what independence is, so we're not going to do nothing. Then there is another response that concerns me, which says, currently ensuring objectivity, let alone independence, is a niche area or field, is already challenging because there is a scarcity of experts available. And it is likely that they are affiliated with the big interests in the related subject. So I think this response gives the opposite response, which is, if most of the times they are affiliated with the big interests, then is there nothing that we can do in that respect? So I think that there is some reflection process over what we got in the roundtables that we will have to digest. But let's move around the table. Galen, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I apologize for missing a great deal of this meeting, and perhaps some of my views have already been covered. I hope that we're able to raise the bar here. I think it would be in the public interest. On the other hand, I do have some of the same concerns that have been expressed. One happens to be with consistency. And it's been in my experience, when you're looking for an expert, sometimes, well, quite often, the auditor, and I'll use the audit model in this case, although I understand that it extends beyond that in the sense of sustainability and non-attest services and so forth to all PAs. But in the audit context, there's often a discussion with the client. is there a consistency risk where, if the client hires the external expert, is one level of, I'll say level of independence. I believe that independence is either all or nothing, or either you're all independent or you're not independent. But in the sense of a financial interest, if the client hires the expert, does that go away? Do you get a different answer if the auditor hires the expert? So I think there's a consistency issue, and maybe the risk of arbitrage as to who takes on the expert, because a lot of times the expert isn't directly hired by the auditor; it's hired by the client. So that's one of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Christelle?
This is a lot about scalability, applicability, a lot of issues. You were talking about who should bear the cost of it, but there's also a question that can put stress on the implementation, which is the information flow and confidentiality and protection of your own skills, etc. If a profession that has no mandatory obligation to assess its independence towards its clients is put back in this obligation through another profession, which might be the auditor or the sustainability assurance provider, then how do you rely on its own assessment of independence? And if you can't, how do you deal with the fact that you should ask a lot of very private information, and to what extent on only the expert leader or the expert team or whatever? It's quite a complex, not only on the cost bearing, but also on the type of information you have to deal with.
Thank you, Christelle. Hector?
I'm going to be brief. Sorry to take the floor again. We could go with a certification model. We could go with a full due diligence model. There are different routes. I work a lot with compliance, and for me, having due diligence over the third party that is key for whatever you're doing is a normal thing. It's not really a confidentiality issue. You are going to make questions that are relevant to that specific assurance assignment, not about everything else that they do. In that sense, it makes sense, but it requires verification, because you are going to get a report on scope 3 of a coffee provider from Bolivia or from Colombia that is going to be provided by a small environmental service provider that has no clue what IESA means. So if you make reference to, oh, please respond using standard IESA 620 or whatever technical, there is no way they're going to understand what they're supposed to do. So the burden has to fall on the shoulders of somebody with the skill necessary to assess that objectivity. And to me, it makes sense that it's the one that is being paid for the job or the engagement, whether it is the PA or the non-PA assurance provider. And that's sort of the way I think about it. If you're telling me that the expert is another accounting firm subject to a professional body that is ensuring independence and ethics, maybe a simple certification will do. So there are different layers, as Ken was saying. But in some other cases, you will have to go roll your sleeves and actually assess whether the provider is independent.
Thank you, Hector. Lori, whenever you want to respond, just let me know.
Yeah, I think every point that's made that I've heard is valid. And I think maybe what makes sense right now, because I get the balancing point, maybe I'm going to address Hector's point first, because I did have a question for you, Hector. We are proposing actually that the PA or the assurance provider in this case has to do certain work to assess objectivity. But I did want to touch on the due diligence model, because are you suggesting now there needs to be investigation as well? Because I think that we should discuss that. I'm interested in views on that. That's a pretty heavy layer.
I think it goes to Rania's point in terms that the people responding your questionnaire to assess objectivity might not understand what you're looking for. In that case, just getting a response saying no, 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 or yes, 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 I'm not sure it meets the requirements so that you can go ahead and tell the public, oh, this was an objective report. That's my point. And I'm not saying due diligence in terms that you need to hire Kroll to conduct a $25,000 review on that provider. But I think there is a need to go a little bit back and forth, maybe on the phone. I mean, you say no, but are you sure you understand what you're responding?
Okay, so that's actually helpful clarification, because I think then what we're getting at is, how does the PA or the assurance provider have reasonable reliance on those answers? They need to make sure that the reliance is reasonable, not convenient, right? Okay, that's what you're saying. Thanks.
To come in, definitely Hector made, my point perhaps more clearly, but what I would like to add is, you might come to the conclusion that that expert is not exactly independent as we would like them to be, but still you have to rely on their work because perhaps there is no other expert in that area. And in that case, the question then would become, what kind of compensating procedures as an assurance provider you should do? Like, for example, educate yourself as an assurance provider in that area, or perhaps hire another expert to come and evaluate the work of that expert. But can you just rule, because let's say you are providing an assurance engagement in a certain country. So you need somebody from that country that is, help an expert from that context to help you, because you want someone there on the ground in the field, etc. But then you might bring in another expert to come in. You get what I'm trying to say? It's especially in the area of sustainability. I don't think it can be black or white. You'd have to look at an overall approach to the issue.
Thanks, and I think we'll touch on that later when we start going into some of where the task force is heading and some of the draft text, because our thinking is somewhat similar on that.
May I add one word? Another alternative is also disclosure.
Yeah.
You may want to say, we're using this person, we're not sure is objective, fully independent, but it's the only provider in the country. So beware.
Okay, thank you. Can we go around? Yes. Okay, so Vania.
Thank you. About who is the best to be the one to be hiring the expert. IESBA produced a consultation, a public consultations, more or less a year ago about sustainability. Of course, it was much more addressed to sustainable bonds and things like that, because they were very worried about the possibility of company offering much and delivering less in this kind of transactions. And one of the points that they appointed to make the transaction fragile was exactly the quality of the information, because the experts were hired by the underwriters or the other parties, not the company itself. and that will provide them limited as access to the company and to the information in order to validate the data that was being used in the transaction. So the preference of IOSCO was to the company to hire the expert. So they will be having full access to the information in order to carry out a due diligence and so far. But I understand that for assurance, it is very much important that we have the firm there, because they know the right answers, and in order to protect independence as well. So it's not easy. I just like to highlight that IOSCO had been thinking about that, of course, in another dimension, but it is connected to sustainability as well. So it may be worthwhile to look at that.
Yes, thank you. And I think we'll take that thought process on board. I think Galen.
Thank you, Laurie. Yeah, Jens, please.
Thank you. I just want to support your thought process you're proposing. I think that's a very important that we have a process of using the work of an expert in assurance work, in non-assurance work, and it should be scalable. We heard that. I just want to highlight one argument I wouldn't accept. The argument to say there is no need of an objectivity because there are not enough experts. I think the only solution there, and I have seen this in many industries, examples where there were only a few experts, that has to be transparent. And then the auditor or the assurance provider should make an assessment on that, whether he or she is using that work or he is not using that work. And if that is transparent for me, I think we are in the proper process. And the same to Ranya's point of, does the expert understand what I'm meaning? I think that's a usual issue in our principle-based approach. We are saying there is the necessity of asking questions, but you have the responsibility to put that question in a manner that the other side is able to understand. I think that is a judgmental issue, which we shouldn't prescribe in detail, but this is a proper assessment, and that's a fact of a proper assessment. Thank you.
Thanks, Jens. I agree with all that. And that gets to your reliance isn't reasonable unless you've done it properly. And that's the behavioral aspect for the PA.
Thank you. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to agree with the way things are taking shape and the discussions, and I think the background to the use of experts, the whole discussion makes sense. However, I just also wanted to point out that possibly it's in the best interest of the practitioner or the PA to do his own assessment on the expert that you're going to use. And the other issue that I wanted to also see, is it possible that you could also reach out to the client to do your own simple disclosure to the client that you want to use this expert, and maybe the client can also give you some insights. I'm just taking an example. If you maybe doing an assignment for a bank, and this person could have some financial interest, could have loans and all those things. So the client can also give you some insights into this expert that you want to use. So one, I want to agree with the assessment and how we're looking at it, but also I think the client can also help us to be able to understand and corroborate the statement that this expert is giving you. So, but by and large, I think it's a good thing. It's important that we ensure that experts that are going to be used are independent, and there's clarity, and they disclose all the facts in terms of the different engagements. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I'll just touch briefly on that. The task force has been discussing that exact issue you raise as part of the guidance to be issued around this. So we just haven't gotten to that part of the drafting yet, but certainly you can double check and cross check in other ways than just the confirmation from the expert. So I think it's a good point.
Thank you. Mark, please.
There's a danger that the sort of discussion becomes a bit esoteric, because at its core, the auditor or the assurance provider needs sufficient appropriate audit evidence to back up their opinion. The use of an expert may be one route to provide some of that evidence that the auditor cannot source or generate themselves. So in order to do that, the auditor or the assurance provider has to determine whether or not they can place reliance on that individual. And that could be either looking at them because they are an expert engaged by the auditor, or it could be an expert engaged by management. But ultimately, it is just a process to go through to see whether or not you can place that reliance. And you know, what the task force is proposing is a principles-based approach to provide a framework to that, recognizing that we're looking at perhaps different types and different backgrounds of experts than perhaps we've normally talked about. But, you know, ultimately, at the end of the day, in sort of recognizing some of the points made, if you can't find an expert, you can't place reliance on an expert. That's it. If you do your assessment and your expert doesn't pass muster, you can't use them. And then you've got the implications for your report. It's not the fact that we have to find a way of using an expert who may not be a sufficiently qualified or experienced expert. So we don't need to sort of funnel this down a sort of, this is what you must do because we must be able to find a way of using this. Actually, it's keeping enough tension in to make sure that when an auditor or an assurance provider chooses to use an expert, they've properly assessed whether or not they can take that reliance, and it's no more, no less, and it sort of doesn't matter where they are or what they do, and it doesn't matter the subject matter. You've still got to have kicked the tires sufficiently before you move ahead.
Yeah, I want to respond to that point because, Mark, I think the task force discussed this, and one of the issues is it's hard to assess how much that problem exists around availability of experts in this emerging areas, but it's not the job of our board to develop the expert market. It's our job to assess whether we can rely on the experts that do exist. And I think that's what you're saying. And we did discuss that. So, you know, we can't, how to say this, dumb down what we're doing to accommodate you know, an immature market of experts. So I think that's a long discussion that the task force had, because we kept hearing this at the roundtables, and it was like, okay, but those markets will have to grow and mature into reliability. We can't address that with this, but we also don't want to do things that unnecessarily impede the use of experts. Okay.
Right.
That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Hector.
Sorry, me again. What Mark was saying, I was thinking, what if a lot of assurance information that you need to use, say scope 3, is coming from an expert that you don't feel comfortable with? What are you going to do in your report? You're not going to include that information? Or maybe you need to make a disclosure saying, we cannot verify the objectivity of this information. I think maybe it's in this field, I'm not sure because I'm not an expert on auditing. So, but maybe there is a difference in terms that people are expecting the assurance provider to provide an opinion about this report that is using information from an expert on, I don't know, it was 270 tons of CO2. you cannot say, okay, remove that from the report. That is going to be in the report. The question is, are we going to say we cannot verify that this person was independent? And I think that's what makes sense.
I think that's it. Like, without oversimplifying it, Hector, you might have that information that an expert has provided. If you don't think the expert's good enough, or if you don't think the work passes muster, then the auditor doesn't extend their assurance to cover that information.
Yeah, the technical term of it is a limitation of scope in the audit opinion. Limited scope. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Laurie.
So we're going to pick up. And I thought, since we've been talking about all of this, we can talk briefly, Cam, about one thing, and this came up in Abu Dhabi, and I thought it was important before we get into the drafting. We are, as we go through development, applying the public interest framework to everything we do. And you can see, actually, this whole discussion, you can see the implementability is at 2 stars right now, because we have to build that up, because some of the implementation and how we make this work in a profession of experts, which, you know, aren't necessarily, and Christelle, you said this yesterday, I liked it, it's not necessarily an organized profession, right? And the same with some of the sustainability providers. So we have work to do in the implementability phase in drafting right now. And you can see that in the course of the discussion here, there's a lot of variables, but just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you want to say anything else on that, Cam, but we are applying the public interest framework, and we'll hope as we go through drafting to get it to a level where we're comfortable as a board that it's properly supporting what we draft. Okay. So Cam's going to go, so we're now going to start to move into some of the actual drafting that's been done that picks up some of the points you've made. And we'll start to work through that and see where we get in terms of comments. Cam.
Thanks, Laurie. So in terms of the task force's proposals right now, we'll start with the proposed glossary definitions that we're proposing to introduce into the code. So one is expertise, and a revision of external expert, and also introducing the definition of a management's expert. In terms of the definition of an expert, we've defined it in terms of benchmarking it against the expertise and competence of the professional accountant itself. So if that PA does not have that sufficient competence in a specific area, they might use that expert, so that be defined as that expertise outside of the PA's knowledge. In terms of the revision of the external expert definition, just to step back a little, in terms of the extant codes and IESBA's definition of an external expert or an expert, this is really around those individuals who have expertise outside accounting and auditing or assurance. What the task force is now proposing is to include such expertise in accounting or auditing. So for example, it could include those in relation to complex financial instruments, etc., to include this into the definition. This will also help, for example, if non-sustainability practitioners use PAs, accountants, as experts in their engagement. So the PAs can also be experts in that respect. So in terms of the revision of the external expert definition, you'll note that this is one of the key changes made to the code. And then the other introductions are essentially so that the provisions can be focused on the appropriate individuals or organizations. So that is an expert. So maybe I'll pause here, see if there's any questions or comments at this moment.
Yeah. Is there any specific reasons that on this glossary definition of the expert, you don't address the fact that it might be an expert that has expertise outside of the sustainability assurance practitioner? Addressing both needs for part 1 to 4 and part 5. As we change the glossary definition, yeah, as we adapt it, the use of expert by sustainability assurance practitioner is also a need for the code. Can it be mixed here?
I think that's yeah. I think that's a good point, and we'll take that into consideration because right now it's based on the PA's competence, but well noted. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, very helpful. Anything else on this?
So this is while the task force was discussing these proposed glossary definition and bearing in mind the expansion of expertise, expert to include accounting and auditing expertise, we've also considered how the expanded definitions would interact with the current definition of engagement team and also audit team. So in this respect, the question that was raised was, since and you'll see on the slide here, engagement team definition are all partners and staff performing the engagement and any other individuals who perform procedures on the engagement, excluding external experts. So in this respect, it was questioned whether or not external experts would then be captain of engagement team if they also they can also have accounting and assurance expertise. And the thinking is that since external experts, when their work is used by the engagement team has the responsibility to perform procedures over that external expert's work to see whether it forms sufficient, reliable, appropriate evidence for the audit or assurance engagement. If not, and as mentioned by many others in the discussion just now, then the work of that external expert cannot be used. So therefore, they're not part of that engagement team. So that's where we've landed on here at this point. And then going on to the next slide here. In terms of, there was a question raised specifically in relation to internal experts used in a audit or assurance engagement. So for example, internal experts used by a firm if they're subject to independence requirements. So in doing this, we've also picked the brains of our IESB colleagues and had this discussion as well. Internal experts used in an engagement, they will be considered engagement team members and they are subject to the same independence requirements. And essentially this is because they're part of the engagement team, they're actually directed by the engagement partner to perform specific procedures, etc.
I'm just checking.
Yeah. And then the final consideration that the task force has gone through is whether or not external experts used in a audit or assurance engagement would actually meet the definition of audit or assurance team. So that is one of the factors, one type of individual that is part of a audit or assurance team are those that can directly influence the outcome of the audit or assurance engagement. So including those that provide consultation regarding technical or industry specific issues, transactions, or events for the engagement. So in that respect, since these individuals who provide technical or industry specific consultation, would external experts meet that definition and also be able to directly influence the outcome of the engagement. And so standing back again, and this is what many of the, this was raised earlier as well, because the engagement team, the onus is on the engagement team to to evaluate the work of the external expert and also whether the external expert is a appropriate individual to use, the work of the external expert cannot directly influence the outcome of the engagement. And this is because if the engagement partner determines that their work is not appropriate and cannot constitute sufficient appropriate evidence, they cannot use that external expert's work. And so therefore they do not meet this definition of directly influence the outcome of the engagement. So maybe we want to just pause here for any other questions. We just no? Okay.
Thank you, Cam. I have one clarifying questions. One slide before, in terms of internal auditors, I believe this phrase, this terminology is from IAS 610. There is a definition of engagement team, and explanation is excluding. In the middle, it said internal experts. Internal experts are those experts who are employed by the firm. I'm not sure what the linkage between the two. And also on the left-hand side are internal experts, and then in the parentheses, experts engaged by the firm. So I'm a little bit confused with the terminology of internal experts, engaged or employed, and then we use the term from ISA 610. So for the future, benefit of our discussion in the future, we need to clarify the terminology exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. And the internal experts are really those that are employed by the firm or otherwise part of the firm network. So not necessarily engaged by the firm. Engaged by the firm would be external experts. So that I should clarify that. Thank you for picking that up.
Thank you. Begonia, please.
Thank you. Well, we have a doubt about the relation between the audit team as defined or the engagement assurance as defined in the code in letter V to BII, those who provide consultation regarding technical or industry specific issues, transactions, or events for the engagement. And then if they are part of the audit team, yes or not, and if this is not clashing with the external experts that we are now talking about who are not subject to the independence. So is that clear? Because we don't see the individuals that are part of the audit team. Some others are not considered part of the audit team. They are external experts, not subject to independence. So we think this is not clear. I don't know if further guidance should be given for that or what, but in principle, we find something strange or some guidance examples to make that more clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia. And certainly, more guidance can be put out to or drafted to make this clearer. But in response to the definition of the audit team, the B(2), consultation regarding technical or industry-specific issues. This also has a relation to do with how ISA 220 defines those individuals that the engagement team, the engagement partner, must determine. Hey, I need a consultation from someone with the expertise, and because that's potentially a key audit matter. And in those cases, when they consult with these individuals under ISA 220, those conclusions arising from the consultation must be agreed with the party consulted, so that technical expert and implemented. So that's why it directly influences. But whereas for the external expert, yes, they also have that expertise, but the onus is on the engagement team, the engagement partner, to make that assessment and say whether or not to use that external expert's work. So they have the ability to say, no, this is not reliable, or the external expert is not objective, we don't use it. But certainly, since as you can see, the task force was also discussing this issue, so more guidance to clarify these points would probably be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam and Begonia. Lori or Cam?
Okay, so on this slide here, this is the outline of our proposed straw man that you see in agenda item 5C. And just to really quickly outline this, because we'll go into a little bit more of the detailed tentative text and later on, is the structure of the straw man right now is to, number one, set out how using the work of an expert might create threats to the PA's compliance with the fundamental principles, in particular objectivity and professional competence and due care. We really want to emphasize this, especially in consideration of some of the comments about why does the IESBA need to do this project, etc. So it does impact the PA's ethical compliance to the fundamental principles. Then the strawman will outline example circumstances of when the work of an expert might be used. Some of these were also drawn from the ISA 620 examples already, so we have an alignment. The task force is also going to include examples of, for example, when experts are used in technology or experts are used in sustainability engagements. Then this is a very crucial section. So it's really detailing the responsibilities of a PA when they intend to use the work of an expert. So intend to use the work of an expert is this evaluation has to be performed before engaging with that expert or using that expert's work. So as you'll see, number one, determining whether the use of that expert is appropriate for the intended purpose. This is drawn from the extant codes principle, which is already existing, and then building on that and also aligning with the ISAs. It'll be quite a detailed list of factors and guidance that will help the PA in its thinking process and decision-making when they evaluate the expert's competence, capabilities, and objectivity, as we've been just discussing. And then following that evaluation, if the PA has any doubts in relation to any one of those three areas, then they cannot use that the work of that external expert. And then separately, we will also have a section about the PA's responsibilities when they are actually using the work of an expert in terms of evaluating the adequacy of the work and concluding whether that work can be used or not. And in line with, and then also a section on applying the conceptual framework. And we'll also consider the use of multiple experts, transparency, considerations, and documentation encouragements. So this is kind of the layout of the proposed straw man that we have posted to the board, and I will pass it back to Lori. Right? Or,
I think we'll pause here for questions. And
Lori, your mic, please.
Well, we thought we'd pause here for questions or comments, and then maybe we do the break, and we'll then, because then we're diving into the really detailed text. So rather than sort of do that for a few minutes, we'll, I think, clean. So if anybody, this is really an overview, detail discussion to come. I don't know if anybody has any comments.
Yeah, Christelle?
Yes. You were talking about the coordination with IESBA, or at least elaborating on their present text. Yeah. Is the objective, as we are framework neutral or not? I don't know. But if we address both the needs for part 1 to 4 and of part 5, we are to some extent more framework neutral. Is it complementary, or there are a lot of potential overlap between those texts? And do you consider this or not?
You're talking about between the IEESB texts. Yeah, there will definitely be some overlap, but this is both complementary and will go much further. First, Ken made the point, which I think is very important, that the ISAs apply to audit. And this, by definition, what we're doing is going to go much further. But also the level of detail and sort of explaining, because the thing that the ISAs don't cover is the ethical responsibilities. And we're looking at both in detail what is required in objectivity and how does the PA behave to get there, but also professional competence and due care in assessing that work, because there's an ethical side to that, not just a technical side, right? You can't just sign off on this because the expert did it. There are ethics around, and that gets to some of the greenwashing discussion that we've covered. So it's more than, there are some language that gets picked up, but it goes much further. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Does that, okay. Yeah, anybody else?
Okay, so Rich, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick point on that bottom of the slide. Maybe it relates to what you just said, Lori. Normally, we would think about the assurance framework being used would be the place where the adequacy of the work would be evaluated, and remedial actions if the work is not adequate, and whether you can rely on the work from the assurance perspective. Are we including this here because of this framework agnostic piece that we don't know what framework might have, whether they have something like what we certainly will appear in the IESB's framework? Is that kind of the thinking?
I think partly, but I think also because it's and I think we have to work through what the language finally lands at, Rich, but there's an ethical side to that as well, not
no,
just
I agree.
so I totally get, we're not going to get into the technical details of what is adequate and et cetera, but there's an ethical obligation to do that, and we don't want that lost on people. Like you can't just rely, right? And also because not everybody falls under the IESBA, as we know.
Thank you.
Hopefully that helps. Okay. Does that make sense, Ken? I always have to check with Ken to make sure I'm making sense.
No, that does make makes enormous sense, as you said, Laurie. I mean, it's as we heard in one of the breakout groups in the roundtable. I mean, there's been experience among some of the audit regulators in the past, where firms have literally taken the report that's been submitted by the expert and just filed it in the audit file, and that was all said and done, right? So, what should be the ethical aspect of that to that?
Thank you very much, Ken. So we will break. Let me just try, if I may, to wrap up what we heard here today and where we are, because this is going to be important for the discussion after the break, where we will dive into the details of the standards and the proposals. So this was a very interesting discussion and very important one. And what I retained from this discussion is, first conclusion, the project is needed. So the response to these questions, why this project needed, I think that the conversation here around the table made it absolutely clear that the project is needed. And so I would say that Ken listed in a very structured, as usual, and articulated way why the project is needed. But I think that this will have to be made a little bit more clear to our stakeholders why the project is needed. Secondly, that there are strong expectations with respect to when an auditor uses an expert or an assurance provider or a non-PA, that something is in place, something has been put in place to protect the stakeholders, the users, etc., with respect to any threats, any possible problems, let's call it like them, in terms of objectivity, independence, etc. Thirdly, from what I heard here around the table, independence is still important, is still an important topic. And so I'm still struggling a little bit to see, but I'll see with the details of the discussions, how it is approached, how this proposed strawman captures this topic of the independence of the expert or not. Yeah, and I think this word, and lastly, that whatever proposals or standards we draft, that's the argument of the burden on the PA or the provider must be calibrated, not unattended, but calibrated a little bit in terms of making possible to understand that a burden will be put on the provider, but the necessary one and not more than that to protect the quality of the assurance service or whatever. So, well, I don't know if I was well succeeded in trying to highlight the main topics, but I think this is important because it's what should inform the discussion that we will have after the break. And we will break now for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 10 past 11. Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you for being back. We will now address the second part of the presentation on the use of experts. Laurie? Cam is not there, sorry. We can wait for a few seconds. Probably a lot of So, second part of the presentation, Cam.
Thank you, and talk about making an entrance. What we want to focus on here is the, oops, hold on, so a little bit of a, yep. What we'll go through here is some of the more detailed drafting that's contained in the strawman. So as mentioned earlier, the strawman includes a section on detailing the responsibilities for all PAs when they use an expert. So number one, as you can see, 390.5, the accountant should determine whether or not such use is appropriate for intended purpose. This builds on the existing principles in the extant code. And then following on from that, it will also have two other requirements in terms of additional considerations relating to the use of an expert. So as mentioned before, in order to comply with the fundamental principle of professional competence and due care, and in particular due care, the PA should evaluate the expert's competence, capabilities, and objectivity. In addition, for an external expert, it is also important, and this is a requirement that's highlighted, it's also important to at least obtain an understanding of the external expert's business activities and relationships, and how it's funded, etc. In terms of we'll walk through all the detailed factors that the task force has considered to evaluate the competence, capabilities, and objectivity of the expert. But firstly, we also want to highlight here that this is the bar that's being set when a professional accountant uses the expert, and that decision, it's really if the accountant has any doubts at all. So this is quite a high threshold here. If they have any doubts at all about the expert's competence, capabilities, or objectivity, as we've just been discussing, so those include very detailed factors there, then the professional accountant cannot use that expert. So I just want to, pause here and really emphasize that fact because it's any doubts at all. And so in terms of that, then we'll move on to the next slide here. This slide really highlights what are the factors that are relevant in evaluating the competence of an expert. So not surprisingly, this includes whether the expert is subject to professional and ethical standards in that expert's profession, their credentials, reputation, experience, and the expert's ability to explain their own work, and also its appropriateness for the purpose intended. In addition, given that especially in particular in the roundtables, there was a lot of discussion on how to identify an expert in emerging areas where you could have various individuals one day becoming an expert and saying that, oh yes, I've done this, so now I'm an expert. So the task force is also proposing to include application material to highlight how to assess an expert's competence in these emerging fields. And these factors were really drawn from the feedback obtained, very helpful feedback obtained from the roundtables. In particular, knowledge, experience, or exposure, whether in the area or in a field similar to that area. You'll see that there's placeholders here also. So what the task force will be doing in this next quarter in preparation for the September board is really to flesh out how the PA would evaluate these factors, obtain the information about these factors, and come to its conclusions about whether or not there's any doubt at all on the competence. And in terms of capabilities, again, the factors are, what are the resources available to the expert, and whether the expert has adequate time to perform their work. Again, there will be additional guidance to flesh this out. We now move on to objectivity, which is quite a meaty topic. I'm going to pass it back to Laurie here.
Yeah, so Laurie, I just wondered if we could pause and maybe take comments or questions on before we move to the delicate topic of objectivity.
Sorry, we have received written comments from several of you, so thank you for those of you who've sent those in. Those are very helpful, and we'll take those on board. But if there's anything anyone wants to raise now. Okay. All right. So into the breach I go for objectivity. So listen, we've gone through sort of a little bit, and we sort of let that go because it sprang naturally from some of the roundtable comments, some of these topics. So earlier in our discussion. So now if we think about objectivity, and I wanted to flag this, and we talked about this in Abu Dhabi, one of the important factors here is what we're saying is independence attributes are part of this all-important objectivity assessment. So we have started to draft, and the next two slides sort of go into some of the things that look very important to us in terms of assessing, the PA assessing or the assurance provider assessing in terms of the expert that they're using. Obviously, if there are standards for that expert's profession, are they licensed? Do they belong to appropriate groups, et cetera? Trying to get a sense, and this is especially challenging, I think, in the sustainability space, trying to get a sense, is this person an expert? Do they have the attributes of an expert? That won't always be the case in emergent areas, but where it is, we should be looking at that. Whether the expert has a conflict of interest related to the work, whether they'll be relying on previous judgments or activities performed by the expert themselves in the past, or maybe, and Mark raised this issue, maybe data that the expert actually helped prepare. Whether the expert has a long association, a long business relationship with the client that might cloud their judgment or their own objectivity. Whether and now we'll get into a couple of the things that we were talking about earlier, whether there's a direct financial interest in the client. And one thing that someone pointed out that we hadn't touched on here, whether the expert or their immediate family has a material or indirect financial interest in the client, whether there are loans and guarantees, whether they've accepted a loan from the client. If we go to the next slide, whether there's a close business relationship that involves a material financial interest, and this might be some other joint business relationship that the parties have, whether the expert or their immediate family has ties like employment, director, officer, and you will recognize these as coming out of 4B independence assessments that we've seen in the past. So these exist in the code, and what we've done is taken them as a task force and look at things that we thought are important. Now, much of the discussion that we had earlier in the day and the ideas that were raised, which are so helpful, are things that the task force has been talking about. And this italic text on the bottom of the slide is sort of where we're heading, is having to think about additional issues that need to be considered. And frankly, we just haven't got there yet, but that will be the summer drafting session, I think, for us. How do we go about obtaining this information? Because I think to Hector and to Rania's point, how we do that, do people understand what we're asking? What type of guidance are we giving people, the expectation of how they go about that? So I really value those points, because I think we understand that we have to get at that. I'm not sure we know how we get at that yet. So very helpful. And then on these independence considerations, the task force is flagged out and not yet dug into yet, but I think this is a big part of the work in the summer. You know, do we need to have varying levels? And this is to some of the points that, for instance, that Chana raised and Galen raised. Do we need to start to look at this in different ways? PI or non-PI clients, if there's a significance to the work, to the final opinion of the assurance provider. There's all kinds of considerations that could be raised here, and I think we understand that we have to look at those. So I think I'll pause there. I mean, a lot of these have been flagged and we've been marking them down. We do know that we need to get into this in terms of building out a more robust framework here in that space. So I'll pause there. I think we covered a lot of them, but I don't know, as we go into the types of things we're thinking about in objectivity, if this will flag any more thoughts for any of you that we can refine this a little bit further. So I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Lori. I'd say that this is one of the most relevant structural elements of this project, and with the strategic decisions to be made here. So the comments and contributions of the board are very welcome in this respect. Rich?
Yes, thank you. Lori, I fully support where you guys are headed and appreciate the portions in italics that indicate the magnitude of the effort still to go. Quick high level thing, when we talk about experts, I don't know if we've defined, maybe I didn't focus on this properly, but in the definition, is the expert just the individual, or does it include their employing organization as we think about objectivity here? Because I do think that's a factor that we need to think about. Thank you.
Agree completely, thanks. And we do have that one flagged. Obviously, we have to figure out how to describe that, but we have to be thinking about both, because the organization itself could had the one with the material relationship, and you could have rotating experts out of that organization.
I just also want to add on that the proposed definition of expert does include individual or organization. So we'll further flesh that out, as Lori just mentioned.
Thank you, Lori and Cam. And thank you for the question, which is also very important. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question about the expert. In paragraph 390.4A1, there are three groups of experts: external expert, secondary expert employed by the firm, and management expert. My question is related to experts employed by the firm. So when I take a look at this information definition, they are, I believe, employee, right, of the firm. Then going back to this issue, I believe all of them employed by the firm will be already covered by other parts of the code, right? So then if we say generally the expert here, So there's a conflict, I believe.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Sungnam. That's a really good, you're correct. And that's the exact analysis that the task force has done, that the experts employed by the firm are already covered by the code. That this all relates to external experts. Yes, correct. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes. And we may need to make sure we're more clear in the language. So thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. And Sunam, Rania, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I also want to express like my support for the effort that has been done here. I think it's really excellent. I think we're on the right path. What I want to say, I say it with caution. I'm not exactly sure if this is the right, I'm just throwing it out on the table. I'm thinking, should there be, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if it's the right time to say this, but perhaps one other thing to take into consideration if let's say you're not exactly, let's say you do your entire assessment and you find a framework for this, and you get to the point where you cannot establish exactly, you're not exactly certain of the objectivity, it's not yes or no, then should there also be some consideration for, let's say, alternative procedures, other types of controls? You may want to, I realize that if, let's say, you reach the conclusion that that person is not objective at all, and you mean, the risk is very high that they will not give you, you cannot rely on them, obviously. But perhaps if you're not so certain, or then let's say they have a very, let's say, a good reputation, but let's say their spouse is involved or whatever, then you say, okay, fine, perhaps there are alternative procedures that you can put in place in order to mitigate that risk. Just a thought.
Yep, and I think the task force has flagged that. That's the very last sentence on the slide, which maybe isn't completely clear, but yes, there could, I think there's a view that there could be circumstances where you could do additional things, whatever those might be, and we need to flesh that out. So I think it's a possibility. It certainly wouldn't be applicable in all circumstances, but yeah, that's the judgment issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie and Rania. Hector.
Thank you very much. I also agree, and just two points of for consideration. Thinking from a corporate governance point of view, if you look at the definition of independent director, you might find some useful clues as to things you might want to look also here on the expert to make sure that they are independent. And I'm thinking, for example, in the last bullet, it says, the person has been a director, officer, or employee during the period covered by the information. What about if he just retired the previous year and now he's providing services as an expert? You don't have it there. Maybe it's in another point that says a long association with the client, but also if it's subject to the retirement plan or the health insurance plan of the company, you don't want to lose those benefits. So maybe you have this pressure to make sure that you provide the opinion that the client wants. So maybe there is some wisdom to look at those examples in the different corporate governance codes as to what makes a director independent. That could be useful here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ken, please. Sorry, yes. Chana, Ken. Chana, please.
Thanks, Laurie, for the framework document. I'm fully supportive for members in public practice of this framework. It's my concern is over the audits and reviews, and maybe on the sustainability perspective, the ones I'll just call heightened public interest, but maybe it's going to get chopped tomorrow, the heightened public interest part. But it's like, I think we have opportunity now to look at this. This has been floating around for a long time, the issue of the should the expert be independent. And I think it's a proportionate, scalable approach for the ones that that are pies maybe, and for the other ones that are of heightened public interest. I mean, we shouldn't sort of, just because of the challenges or practical issues, discard it just yet. So maybe the task force needs to consider that and take that into consideration, because this could be our opportunity to have a strategic decision. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Appreciate the support for that because it's focused on like, how do we define the things that might matter or pose greater risk, right? So it's a risk-based way of looking at it. Yeah. Thank you, Jana.
Thank you very much. Hector, do you want to? May I ask a question before I give you the floor? But it's really a question, and I'm probably tired, but I'm not seeing exactly how this framework applies when the sustainability assurance engagement is performed by a non-professional accountant. If a non-PA uses an expert, which framework applies to this non-professional accountant when using the expert? I have the impression that, sorry?
It wouldn't be placed in the same place in the code, but it would be like if Laurie had written everything in part 1 to 4, and we import it in part 5. On what level would you expect to be differences if a sustainability assurance provider is relying on some expert work? You should go through the same.
Okay, I'll wait for the end this discussion and see if my doubt is clarified.
So maybe I mean, we're drafting. This is sort of the phase 1 draft. The goal would be we would build this out for the part 5, right? So that's part of the summer drafting, which is to have the specific for the sustainability, if that makes sense. Okay. But if there are differences, and I think your question is, should there be any differences considered? Is that what you're? Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's useful to remind everybody around the table that this is really just a straw man. It is not a fully fleshed out, complete section that deals with all the different scenarios, PAs, non-PAs, whether the service is consulting or non-assurance service versus an audit or sustainability assurance. What the task force has done is to really focus on the identified issues or the pivotal issues, if I can put it that way, issues as to how to, what's the approach in terms of independence, objectivity, what should be the model in terms of approaching the use of experts from an ethics perspective. So it is, with that in mind, I think let's allow some latitude to the task force, and really what I think, Laurie, the task force is trying to do is really get some reactions from the board with a bit of an emphasis on the external expert, and not so much to the internal expert. And maybe that goes to the point I wanted to just raise, because I sort of thought about Rania's earlier comments, and it is a very good point, which is how do we deal with situations where, having done everything that perhaps the code will require in terms of the assessment of objectivity, or maybe it's an independence, depending on where we land, you may well have a situation where you are not able, you as a PA or non-PA, whichever the case might be, are not able to come to a conclusion as to the expert's objectivity. What do you do in that case? Because you have deadline, you have a reporting deadline, you have to render your assurance report, etc. And there's a lot of pressure, and there has to be some release valves to let the pressure out. So one potential release valve is disclosure, and maybe disclosure to the client I would say maybe it might be different in terms of which exit you take, depending on the nature of your engagement. If it is a non-assurance service, in other words, there isn't the level of public interest that you would have in an audit or even a sustained assurance engagement of heightened public interest. Well, maybe it's disclosure to the client. It's not effectively, it's buyer beware. We are letting you know that we have used this expert. We have done everything that we possibly could. And there isn't an alternative. In other words, there isn't another expert that we could have turned to, but we're letting you know that we have done all these procedures and we have not concluded, or whatever, however we want to couch it, we have not concluded on the expert's objectivity, but we're letting you know, full disclosure, this is what, and that's Hector's point, right? So buyer beware, we're letting you know everything. But in an audit assurance context, the exit is going to be a bit different. And that needs to be approached from the assurance standard perspective. And I think as Hector raised earlier, and you had a question, Hector, as to what would be the exit in an assurance context. Well, from the assurance standard perspective, or from the audit standard perspective, it is going to be a qualification or a disclaimer of opinion in the audit report. This is kind of the technical exits. It's a qualification pervasive to the entire engagement. It's a disclaimer of opinion. I mean, that's the exit. So I think we need to, I mean, not that I'm suggesting that we need to be stepping into the IESBA's domain and start to set an assurance standard, but we need to recognize that the exit pathway might be different depending on the nature of the engagement. If indeed you come to a point at which you're not able to conclude on the expert's objectivity or independence.
Just one additional question. Here you're proposing the drafting for part 3. We already discussed the question of scope for part 5. What about part 2? Is it to be concerned also?
Yes, there will be one in part 2, one, this is currently strawman part 3, and then there'll also be one in part 5, and a tweak to make it profession neutral as well.
And so in this scalable, in the principle, it would be the same for the 3 parts, and then in its real translation, something else. Okay.
Okay, do we want to go on to the next? Okay, here's a few, sorry, I should have this, a few additional yes. Yeah, so this is to pick up on, and really this picks up on a comment a little bit earlier and a couple of questions around evaluation of the expert's work. And I'm appreciative of Rich and other people's questions around, does this belong here? And I think this is here a little bit as a placeholder right now. We need something here, and we probably need to describe this a little better as relating to the ethical part of things, professional competence and due care, and making sure that from an ethics standpoint, this is getting done. But this does pick up a lot of language in the IESBA. It goes through quite a bit of detail. I'm not going to go through this line by line, but the general proposition here is there is an ethical obligation to look at that work. The other issues, as we noted, not everything is in the IESBA that would cover sustainability assurance providers. So we've got to work on what belongs in this section without, I think, over texting this part of the code. I don't think we've had that discussion at the task force. We sort of got into this discussion as the need for this, and we wanted to make sure it was in here for comment. And so I'll pause here with that caveat on the front end, that evaluation of the expert's work. And then we can go to the next slide, and I think it's going to address a little bit the comment about, and these are points raised by Ronnie and others, if we're not sure that the expert work is appropriate, what else can be done? Okay. Performing additional procedures, getting additional work done, maybe finding other professionals to input into that work or other experts, getting a second opinion, performing some additional or more in-depth review procedures. That uncertainty could relate to any number of reasons, but objectivity is certainly one of those. And so again, either today, later on, any comments are welcome as the type of things we need to be thinking about. But I think this is going to be an actual very real issue when we get into the assessment of reliance. And, you know, I think this will end up being actually an important area. The last bit of this is the piece we've been talking about. However, at the end of the day, if you cannot use the work of the expert, if you determine that's inappropriate, either from a competence standpoint, credential standpoint, or an objectivity standpoint. So those things that you need to be getting comfortable with. So I'll pause there. I don't know that this is exactly written perfectly, but at least captures, I think, a lot of the things we heard in the earlier session this morning coming out. And it's the intent that we flesh this out in a way that is helpful to assurance providers and PAs in this space who will be struggling with this.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Reactions from the board? Rania, sorry, Krista, well, Rania, sorry.
I just want to say, I really think it's excellent. I think it captures just like all my thoughts. I think it also captures or addresses many of the concerns that you got from the roundtables. I think that's important. I think it's a good balance, it strikes a good balance.
Thank you, Rania. Christelle, apologies.
I wonder if it's to be addressed here, or maybe it adds some confusion, but what about the assessment that can be made by anyone in terms of assessing the reputation? You do not specify it, but as a final user of the audit report or the sustainability report, if the use of expert is significant, I would expect that it is expressed, or to some extent. The first control is what's the reputation of that expert, and so there are some procedures that companies go through already, and I wonder if it's not the first stage. Of course, then you have how to evaluate the potential, the reality of the expertise. Okay, but.
Thank you, Christelle. In terms of the reputation, this is part, as you mentioned, this is in the first phase in the responsibilities of all PAs. This is one of the factors that that the PA needs to consider, reputation of the expert. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector.
This is more a question than a suggestion, but if you are in the last bullet and you're not comfortable, are you supposed to disclose something about your consideration for not using the information provided by that expert, for example, that was advanced by the company? Are you supposed to say something in your assurance? I'm thinking about not the non-PAs, especially, because they may not have a framework that helps them deal with this. So should we say that if they receive information from an expert, maybe hired by the company, and they decide not to use it, maybe they should express why they didn't use it? I'm not sure. So it's just a question for your consideration.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, typically, I don't think that happens. I think in report, and this is actually sort of a reporting question, but in reporting, generally, it's just, you know, it's the limitation of scope. We don't have any reliability. I haven't seen, and I don't think there are requirements, but it's an interesting question, Hector, because the requirements aren't usually to go granular, like, oh yeah, we think these people are, you know, have all these problems, bad reputation, or too close to the company or whatever. But it's the transparency question as to why that you're getting at, right? Which is there value in that?
Especially if we want to address greenwashing.
Yeah. No, I understand. We haven't actually discussed that. I don't know if anybody else has a comment on that, because it may just be something I'm not aware of.
I see Galen. I don't know if it's on the same topic, but Galen wants to.
Yeah, it is on the same topic. I generally support the notion of disclosure. I think we have to be pretty careful about it and how that disclosure takes place. For example, if the expert isn't up to snuff, I mean, there's some liability attached to a disclosure of names or inferences, and I'm not sure that would necessarily clarify things. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying we need to be careful with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Hector, do you still want to speak? Okay, so Ken?
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. I think this is an important issue or point that I believe the board should weigh in terms of direction, the evaluation of the experts' work, and I raise this in the context of Rich's earlier question as to whether it would be appropriate for this material to reside in the code, or whether it should be more for the assurance standard to deal with the evaluation of the experts' work. This is going to be guidance that's going to sit in the code in relation to the evaluation of the experts' work, and the board needs to, if this is a direction to go, the board needs to be comfortable that it is addressing this aspect of evaluating the use of the work of an expert from an ethics perspective. In other words, that there needs to be a bit more flesh on the bones, so to speak, to explain what would be expected of the PA or the non-PA, as the case might be, in terms of evaluating the experts' work from an ethics perspective. Because at the end of the day, it will come down to the PA's and the non-PA's compliance with the fundamental principle of professional competence and due care. And that fundamental principle will call on the PA or the non-PA to satisfy themselves that they will do the appropriate due diligence on relative to the expert's work, and here is what the code would expect the PA or the non-PA to do vis-a-vis that expert's work. So it's a question to the board: does this material fit into the code, or should this be simply cross-reference to the assurance standard, which could perhaps elaborate on what would be the expectation from the assurance perspective?
Thank you, Ken. Sadia, Rania.
So I have a few questions to clarify what you just said. So first of all, are we just talking about evaluating the expert work from an assurance point of view, or is it, can it apply in also
from an ethics perspective? That's a question. Yeah. From an assurance perspective, there will need to be the evaluation of the work regardless, because from the assurance perspective, the auditor or the non-PA needs to gather sufficient appropriate audit evidence relative to the expert's work. So they will have a number of procedures that they will go through. From the ethics perspective, does the board believe there needs to be something in the code to deal with the evaluation issue?
So my question is, assume this is kept in here. The assumption is that it will apply to assurance and non-assurance or both?
It will apply from the ethics perspective, but it will apply vis-a-vis the assurance engagement.
Okay, and what about non-assurance engagements? It should also apply, no?
Yes, indeed,
Yeah.
indeed, absolutely.
Yeah, so if we take it out of here, then the assurance, what the IESB is covering or preparing will cover assurance engagements, but then there will be nothing for the non-assurance. And
correct. So for the non-assurance, yes, and maybe that's the answer to the question. For the non-assurance engagement, we will need something in the code because it's not addressed by IESB. But for the assurance, for the audit or the sustainability assurance, should the code have something to say on evaluation? And if so, should we then coordinate with IESB to make sure that we're not saying something different things?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Rania. Okay.
I think we need a little work around that. There's something that has to be said here. I think it's a question of what and how much. So in a way, this is a little bit of a placeholder, but I think we need to dive into that a little more, both from a coordination standpoint and thinking about, because the other thing is we don't want to, I think we don't want to be saying too much and confusing people either. If that makes sense. Okay.
Scoping area, to elaborate on what you said, we are framework neutral in part 5. So I don't know if all assurance standards have the same requirement than IEESB.
And that's a very valid point. And that's one of the reasons why, as we started this discussion, we said this board needs to address the use of experts.
So this next piece, this next section really goes through some of the other content in the strawman. The strawman will also set out the proposed circumstances for the use of experts, the types of experts that there are, and bearing in mind that I think, as Sungnam, you earlier just also pointed out, the provisions, the application of the provisions that there'll be different lanes for different types of experts, external experts versus internal experts, etc. And as mentioned earlier, that in the example circumstances of when experts might be used, we'll also seek to add technology and sustainability related examples. On the next couple of slides, these are in relation to the identifying threats. So examples of facts and circumstances that might create threats when a PA uses the work of an expert. But I won't go through these in detail, but please feel free to provide comments or offline or at the in a little bit on this. So these are. This is then going on to the evaluation of the threats that are created. And then we also have a section for addressing such threats, including potential safeguards that might be put into place. So this, obviously the little b there, if the level of the threat cannot be reduced, to essentially not use the work of the expert, or to adjust the scope or degree of reliance to eliminate those circumstances. There's also, and this was discussed quite a bit on disclosures and transparency. Again, you'll see that there's an example of an action is again being transparent with senior management about such threats and how the threat might impact the work of the expert. Moving on now to multiple experts, there will be a section on this. Yeah, and again, just
sorry about that. We recognize, and especially as we move into sustainability reporting, there's going to be potential cases where multiple experts are engaged in the process of developing the assurance product and the reporting on that. And so this is some thoughts around things to be thinking about in the case of multiple experts, because there's no doubt that increases the complexity, the work imposed on the assurance provider in terms of getting the clearances and the confirmations that are needed. And also it changes the assessment of how significant is the impact of the work of the expert on the ultimate assurance product. So these are some thoughts that we're starting to create around use of multiple experts. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on these, but it's really to address something that I think will be emerging in a more significant issue as we go forward. Christelle?
Yeah, I understand the examples of the combined effect on professional judgment if you have to combine outputs, etc. I do not capture exactly how you might evaluate the combined effect of the level of threat created by using the word. It seems to me so broad.
Yeah.
I don't know how, is it already a usual practice and it would be easy to materialize this analysis, or it doesn't speak to me at least?
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I don't think we've gotten into the detail of the how, and so that's part of why it's not speaking, I think, because it's not fleshed out enough. So that needs some work. Rich?
Yeah, I might add a similar comment. If you evaluate each expert properly and you needed each of them to do a task, I'm not sure multiple experts necessarily creates an additional threat. And as we think about this, we have to remember that in the code, we make a point in a number of sections of saying, if you don't have the right competency expertise, you need to go get it.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little less clear that multiple experts create as much a threat to objectivity and independence and competency, maybe, if you're doing the right thing. I was wondering if maybe where you were thinking about is that you use so many experts that are you really able to be the one issuing the assurance opinion, that you really didn't have any competency to be there.
Yeah, you're just putting your name on top.
But
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, that's very helpful from both of you. We'll take that away and think about whether this is needed or whether it needs to be retooled. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Felicia? No? Okay.
I think I had the same comment as Rich. I think this section, maybe we need to reconsider it. We may need to move it out completely because you do an assessment for each and every expert that you use. So whether they are multiple, each one of them is assessed independently and they have to meet the criteria for inclusion there. Thank you.
Thank you, Felician. Songnam, please.
I think my comment will be the same as was raised before. I have a little bit of difficulties in understanding multiple experts, the meaning. So my question is whether this consideration is required, even when there are two experts engaged for different topics, different areas. So would the analysis of combined effect required? So I don't know. We need clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. Okay, do we want to go to the next? Oh, Christelle.
I would argue that if we scrap the first bullet point, the complexity might very easily be assessed if there are only two experts on the job. But the last bullet point is still valid, meaning how much they represent in the assurance opinion. And I would come back also, is there some disclosure to be done when you base on strong expert input in your opinion? Does this have to be disclosed in, well, I don't know, in the audit standards or in ISA 5000? No, you take your responsibility and that's it. I would argue that there is some value. I don't know to whom, does it have to be in the report or to those charged with governance, but it's important to know, for example, that 2 or 3 experts form an essential part of your opinion on climate change aspect of the client's reports. Of the client's disclosures, yeah. If you are responsible for sustainability assurance, and there are lots of items in the disclosures, but on the climate change effect, you have relied on an expert. There is some value that this is well known by the audited client. Yeah, by those charged of governance. I don't know if there is so much value in this being known by the outside. I don't know. But at least from those charged with governance, I think it makes sense.
Okay. Mark?
So the one thing that comes to mind on the multiple experts piece, because it's sort of relevant to thinking in the day job, is that we're in a situation where sort of in the UK audit market, we're trying to encourage more challenger firms to take on more significant audit engagements. And in those sort of situations, you again have that thing of it's unlikely to be an issue for the largest audit firms. But when you go down the market, actually, these multiple expert considerations could be a more sort of realistic scenario, particularly where there are sort of complex aspects of an audit that they want to sort of buy in support for. So in a sense, again, it sort of creates a slightly different balance that although you're writing this for everyone, to recognise the fact that it's probably going to have greater utility and greater use to one part of the market and not necessarily all of it. And that might sort of need further thinking about the application material or guidance that sits around it. Thank you.
If it survives, yes. We'll take all that away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Rania, are you still up?
And Sadia.
Oh, and
sorry,
sorry.
but-
Why don't we do Sadia first,
Yeah.
then Rania? Thank you.
So full disclosure, I'm part of this task group, but I needed to weigh in on something that's been said a couple of times, and I just wanted to have a different reflection, and that's the area of disclosure. I appreciate disclosure is really important for transparency, but in this case, disclosure might be a double-edged sword. We can't use disclosure to prevent a professional accountant, a non-professional accountant from not taking responsibility. And by doing that, it might be shifting the responsibility the practitioner, I'll use that word, has from herself to someone else. That's one point. The other point is that disclosure must be understood, and how they draft that would be very important. So I would caution with going the route of using disclosure as a one-stop for everything. It might be important, but the way we'll reflect on it needs to be considered. Thanks.
You're good. Thank you, Sadia. Rania?
Yeah, just picking up on what Mark just said, I think in the sustainability space, I think we should expect, given the diversity of sustainability and the growth of the requirements on sustainability or of sustainability disclosure, like human rights, climate, lots of things. I think we should expect to see the need to use multiple experts. So that's one. But then that brings me to Ken's earlier point. Is this the place to deal with it, or is it for the IESB to say, I mean, are we in a position to issue an opinion? Have we gathered the, so perhaps this is not exactly our, that's what I want to say.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and Laurie, if I might just put an addendum to Rania's comments. Certainly the assurance standard should deal with it in terms of any significant audit matters that would warrant discussion with those charged with governance, because we're talking about internal disclosure as opposed to public disclosure. The question I'd ask this board is to think what would be the ethics angle to disclosure? Why should the code speak to the issue of disclosure from the ethics perspective? And if there is an ethical issue that would be rectified or addressed through disclosure, then yes, we can have that discussion and see what would be the form and the nature of that disclosure and to whom, etc. But having that clarity as to what the ethics angle is important. But certainly on the assurance side, they will deal with it, because that's clearly, if there's a big issue of that touches on the work that's been done, it's going to find its way to the charged with governance.
Great. And to segue from Ken's point, we did give some thought to transparency. Again, the comments I think from around this board are helpful in helping us think about that. I think it is something that the assurance provider or the PA needs to think about. And of course, one of the routes that is traditional for providers is to talk to those charged with governance around concerns, whether they're conflicts, lack of objectivity. I mean, first of all, if you're going to have a limitation of scope, you're probably having, and you're issuing an assurance report, you're probably having a conversation, should be having a conversation with those charged with governance about, what those issues are. So we'll give some more thought, I think, to those disclosure issues, but we have thought about it a little bit. We do have some placeholder in here around building that out, if that makes sense to people. Right. Documentation. Now, this is a topic that's been coming up across multiple areas. I know Andy's laughing. This is a topic that's emerging and coming up across multiple areas as we develop standards. And so we've got something in here. I mean, I think when we start to thinking about assessment of objectivity and underlying independence attributes and a lot of the other things, the task force is thinking that we want to encourage documentation around competence, capabilities, and objectivities, and the resulting conclusions, any threats, any actions taken to eliminate threats, and any discussions that are had with those charged with governance. I think that the discussion question here is whether we encourage documentation or require documentation, or in certain circumstances. And I raise that now because it's going to come up later anyway, and I would rather hear that feedback now before we go into drafting than wait until September or later and have that be a big last minute debate. So I think that discussion is worth a few comments from people, and I'll pause there. And I'm very interested in this topic and very, very open to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicia?
Felicia.
Thank you. Personally, I think I would always go for requirement when it comes to documentation, because when you document, at least there's a trail of events and how you can you show how you came up with conclusions in the event or in the unlikely event that things go the way that was not expected. So if you make it just an application material, then someone can decide not to document. So I think requirement is always good. And like what Chanda said, we need to look at the risk. So what is the risk that is involved in this? So in the event that there's maybe lawsuits and others, then there's something that is in place that has been documented, and it should be a requirement in my view. Thank you.
Crystal?
Yeah, I support your orientation here. I think having a two-level requirement if audit or sustainability assurance and encouraged if non-audit seems to me proportionate, and it was used for NOCLAR, and this should be a high bar reference already. So I would support this.
I definitely would support requiring documentation, whether an assurance engagement or otherwise. I think it's very important to establish their due diligence. I think this is going to be important. Thank you.
Okay, Chana, please.
Yeah, I would also like, similar to Felician and Crystal's comment, if we have to have a two-level thing, then for the assurance ones, we should require the documentation, and non-assurance can be encouraged. And anyway, if we go and include anything on independence, R400.60 would push you to mandate documentation.
Vania, please.
I think that documentation for sustainability is very important because it's a good instrument for us to avoid greenwashing. Nevertheless, I don't know if you'll be able to establish the necessity of documentation for everything, because a great portion of information will be qualitative. It's so not so easy for us to have a proper document in order to evidentiate it, just to keep it in mind.
Thanks, and I'm part of the task force too. So it would nevertheless surprise me if whatever assurance framework was being followed didn't require documentation of this in any event. So I'm not sure incrementally it would be that big ethically from a code. So perhaps and I know we don't have a draft. We have the draft of the assurance provider, but I don't know if we needed any feedback when we draft for PAIBs at this point. So my point is I hear all about documentation, but I bet you it's going to be a requirement to comply with the assurance framework, that there's sufficient appropriate evidence for the assurance.
I just want to say that I think, to Felicien's point concerning, the event of a lawsuit or things go sour, I think it's important to consider that possibility exists not only in assurance engagements and other than assurance. And so I think, it's part of their risk management procedures as an assurance, as a provider of sustainability related services, to cover themselves by documenting their evaluation and selection process.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that from a risk management standpoint. I do think, and we've had this discussion in other contexts over the years. I do think, we're not trying to draft risk management. I agree with the point, by the way, completely. But for the ethics code, I don't think we need to be worrying about the PA or the assurance provider's risk management. However, the documentation does establish contemporaneously the analysis that took place. And I think this is to Chana's point, right? You did the analysis at the point that you did the analysis, and was it adequate, and did you look at that? And that does have an ethical implication, right? Because it locks it at that point, right? That you did it at that moment. I think that's what you're getting at, Chana, apart from any regulations, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think we might want to, and we don't need to get into this, but look at how we word the 4 bullets under the doc where we're going to require documentation. So just, for example, the last one, maybe we just say document the discussion with those charged for governance, and the words like any and all we should be cautious about using, right? Thanks.
Agree, and Cam and I had actually taken out that 4-part 2 only and picked up that point, but obviously in drafting we'll spend a lot of time on scrubbing language, so that's a good point. Thanks. Okay, so we're gonna move into, so maybe I'll pause there. We've gotten through, I think, the content. We're gonna move into sort of the next steps, and this is very brief. But is there anything anybody else just wanted to say before we sort of go into some of the administrative and what we're going to be doing next as a task force? Oh, maybe we'll do the what next, and then we'll pop over to you, because that's a good overall. I think you might have some overall views. Okay, so obviously coming up in this next quarter, we've got a lot of drafting going on, development of the section for the PIOBs, development of equivalent section for profession agnostic standards, and also part 5. And then addressing use of other practitioners in sustainability who are not external experts and not members of the engagement team or assurance team. So that'll be kind of work going on in the summer. We'll be coming back, obviously, in September for a first read. So lots going on then. And then if we go to the next slide, obviously the timing, and Gabriela mentioned this earlier, we're looking to have the exposure draft go out at the same time as the sustainability does. We'll be doing first read in September. I'm sure there'll be still a lot of commentary and work to get through, but we would be hoping that by December we finish that. So we welcome any comments in the.
Not hoping.
No.
No.
Yes, I know. Sorry.
There's no.
That's not, it's not a hope. It was a hope with a capital H, Ken, not a small hope. Yeah. Yes, I was not creating a backdoor, don't worry. Yes, we will be. That is the entire plan for the task force. And so please, as you think about this, and if you didn't get through all the material or you think about something later, we are meeting numerous times over the course of the summer, virtually and in person. So we welcome any additional thoughts you have as you go away or concerns. And with several of you, we'll pick up some of the thoughts that you've sent along to us individually offline. And so that's it for me. And then Begonia, I think I'm going to hand over to you for your very valuable comment.
Thank you, Lori. Well, I really been very well impressed by the depth of the discussions, the very rich discussions about about this topic. You cover different angles: competence, capabilities, subjectivity, providing documentation on the appropriateness of using the work of the experts, even talking about the convenience to disclose in the assurance report if the report relies more or less on the experts' work. So I understand that most of the things you've been talking about was about external experts, right? And then I still have the doubt about the difference independence requirements for those external experts and the internal ones. And then I would say that it would be good to integrate better the PIF in order to explain this difference and understand the different treatment about independence for the external experts and the individuals that provide the consultation. So I still don't see that clear separation. And I think that the more we enter into the sustainability world, this is not going to be so obvious. Therefore, just insist in the need to, well, either clarify that better or provide much more guidance on that, or even think about it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Begonia. Yes, I think we have a lot more work to do on that. And you know, I think we've got some good ideas from the group and from yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori, and all the board for this very, very productive session and conversation. I also hope with a capital H that this is going to work and that we are going to be able to expose in December, and I'm sure we will, thanks to the effort of the task force and the staff, of course, on this. So, Lori, I think that the main takeaways of this conversation are clear. I think that you have a clear direction from the board where some work, some tweaks may be needed, or some clarifications and additions and etc. So I hope that this doesn't leave anything uncovered or unclear. But of course, I think, well, we all think you said it, that there is work to be done. And looking at the next steps, I think that this outreach with the IFR and IOSCO and other stakeholders will keep on being important, because of course the feedback that we got from the roundtable was extremely important, and it will be extremely important, but a little bit more, as I understand, a stronger voice from those representing the profession than from the others. So we'll have to listen more from the others as well. And I think it's important that as possible, and I know it's very difficult, but that some additional outreach is done. Of course, we all can help. It's not necessarily the task force that has to do it. We can all help to get some inputs. But yeah, I think the task force is well positioned now to move forward with the work. I don't know if there are any, well, you asked, no other comments. So thank you very much for this very good session and discussion, very insightful and very focused. I think that we will break now a little bit before schedule, which is good, and come back in. Ken, you are the
We'll
the
come
boss.
back in, yeah, come back in an hour's time, so 1:20 p.m. Eastern time for those who are in the room. For those who are joining us online, it's 20 minutes past the hour. So 1:20 p.m. please.
Thank you. Well, we are still missing a few board members. Let's wait 30 seconds and then start, because we still have a few things to do this afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon. Welcome back. This afternoon we will have the pleasure to have a brief update on the tax planning project and public consultation on the results and the first conclusions of the responses received. Also an update on the PI rollout, and an additional update on the coordination between IESB and IESBA. So mainly updates, but nevertheless on very important topics. On the tax planning, I will of course give the floor to Carla and Jens. Let me just stress again the extreme importance of this project, the groundbreaking nature of the project, the pride that we should feel for having been able, of course, guided by the skilled hands of those working in this project, the task force chair and the staff, for allowing us to be where we are today, after having consulted on a project on draft standards for tax planning, after having received, as far as I know, more than 40 responses, and very substantial ones, and seeing that this is working in terms of impact that we are making. The IESBA has been invited to participate in an open hearing at the European Parliament next month on tackling the role of enablers involved in facilitating tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. This is not a coincidence. This is, of course, because of the good work that has been done in this area. So, well, thank you, and Jens, the floor is yours for the update on the results of the consultation.
Thank you, Gabriela. Carla and I, we will guide you very briefly through the, I think, 47 plus 1 responses. We are expecting still one response from the International Bar Association. They want to respond to mid of June, which is today, New York time. So we are expecting it today or tomorrow, hopefully. So, and perhaps I may start with a short summary of my personal impression because we had not the possibility to have a task force meeting on each and every comment letter, but I used the time flying over to read every comment letter, and I might say I'm quite pleased to all the comments, because on the one hand there were no aspects which are totally new, so we get a lot of input how to make something better readable, etc., or we need more guidance. And you will see when we are going through these specific items which we want to highlight, that it's more or less an issue where people are either very happy or happy, but want to have this or that be challenged or put it in another way and be aware of, etc., such kind of comments. And only very few comments which are saying it's not necessary because we have the fundamental principles. But that is something I think this board has very carefully decided after long-lasting outreach activity, that there is the need to do something in the code. So that's why I'm saying there was, in my perception, very preliminary view, no showstopper, so to say. But that is just in a nutshell my first reaction to that. And I would say over to you, Carla.
Thank you, Jens. And now this works. Okay, thank you. Here we are today, a topic that's divorced from sustainability. So please allow us to pivot you away from that topic for the next hour or so. This is a quick run through of the agenda for the day or this afternoon. So, abracadabra. This one? Okay, thank you. A quick recap. This year, we issued a tax planning ED exposure draft February this year with a comment period of 90 days and closing submission date of May 18. And this is following the board's approval at the December 2022 meeting. Just to be a recap, the ED proposes 2 new sections in the code, section 280 for professional accountants as business, PAIB, or section 380, which is professional accountants in public practice, that addresses the proposed ethical framework for PAs providing tax planning services. Section 380 is applicable to all clients, whether it's individuals or corporate clients, and both sections are applicable to all entities. So whether they apply or not, it is applicable to them. As the task force will diligently work through those comments letters at its task force meeting in July, we plan to provide the board with a high-level overview of the comments we received so far. So the key themes. It is not an exhaustive list. It's just the main ones that we received quite a bit of feedback on from the outreach activities and then from the roundtable activities. Before we start with the exciting task of unpacking those themes, I'd like to mention that since the issuance of the ED, we held 3 global webinars to cater to the 3 different time zones in Europe, Asia Pacific, and North America. We had over 250 participants attending the webinars, and the questions that they posed to us centered a lot around the proposals on credible basis and stand-back tests. And the task force subsequently had opportunities to have outreach activities with other stakeholders. So if I may invite Chana to give us a bit of flavor of what he heard at the IESBA roundtable.
Thanks, Carla. So APSB held a roundtable, about maybe 30 people attended. Importantly, the Australian Tax Office and the Tax Practitioners Board, who have been getting a lot of press lately, attended as observers to the process. As you said, we got questions on credible basis, stand back tests, and documentation. On the documentation, in Australia, there's the large market tax advisors principles, which the Big Four have signed up to. It was driven by some pressure from the tax office to have certain things in place. And so that also has similar principles to what we are talking about on credible basis. And that says for significant tax matters that you need to document. And the hook to that is that the federal government said if there's no such framework, then the advisors or the consultants will not get government contracts. So we have that in place. So it's sort of a bit of a different environment where there is a framework for some of the things that we are talking about. So I think the other aspect is the Australian tax office did make a confidential submission, and that is incorporated in the IESBA submission.
Thank you, Chana. And I believe, Jans, you've heard along the similar lines of feedback when you had outreach with CFE tax advisors and the European Commission.
Yes, perhaps very briefly on CFE, you know, they have published in the process, we had our working group, a paper on raising the bar, it was called, on the issues of tax enabling and tax planning, aggressive tax planning. And so they hadn't commented to our exposure draft, but they wanted to give a direct feedback in a conversation. It is something we are doing usually if they have not the resources or capacities to make a written input. So they were also very supportive, and they highlighted very similar issues, the credible basis. They wanted to understand it better, and in essence, they agreed, but they recommended to give some more guidance here. I'll come back later to that. And the issue of stand back, very similarly. And from some participants of that group, we were also encouraged to think about how to implement this final product in the end. So the encouragement that we should have further webinars, etc., like this, which would be very much seen as a positive impact on that.
Thank you, Jens. And to recap the outreach activity, I'd like to update the board the outreach opportunity that Gabrielle will have at the EC. It is on the SAFE proposal. So those who are not familiar, the SAFE is an acronym for, let me get there, Securing the Activity Framework of Enablers. And it is a proposal that the European Commission came up with in 2021, which is to combat the misuse of shell companies for improper tax purposes. So the proposal ensures that entities in the EU that lack minimal substance and do not carry out actual economic activity cannot benefit from any tax advantages. So that's basically the SAFE proposal. And lastly, the task force held a virtual meeting, discuss the initial feedback in preparation for this meeting. Okay, brilliant. What you see in front of you is the total number of responses we received on the exposure draft. The task force would like to formally, on the record, convey our appreciation for all the comment letters received from our stakeholders. We're also due to receive another one from International Bar Association, as mentioned by Jans. In Appendix 1 of agenda item number 6 that's been posted, you will be able to note the stakeholders who provided those submissions. And as for the categories, as you can see in front of you, we receive a large representation of professional accountancy organizations, which is not a surprise, as these organizations are represented by professionals who adopt these proposals when it's finalized. So let's move on to the key themes that we want to raise in today's meeting. First of all, I'd like to take you through to the description of tax planning. Thank you. As this project is about tax planning, it makes sense that we begin with the effort to describe and establish description of tax planning in a proposed section to circumscribe the scope of taxation services and activities that the sections will address. As a background for our newer board members, in the lead up to drafting, the task force took note of the established description of tax planning developed by the OECD, UK HMRC, and even CFE Europe. And as a recollection for board members, the board was in agreement that the OECD description of tax planning, which is tax planning is arranging a person's business and or private affairs to minimize tax liability. That description is hinged closer to the focus of the proposed new sections, which is to deal with arrangements to minimize tax liability, though the board did consider that the word tax efficiency is better term rather than tax minimization. I will come to that shortly. Noting that there's various limitation in various description, where the board landed in December 2020 is the description of tax planning that's in the exposure draft to be tax planning comprises a broad range of services activities designed to assist client, whether individual or employing organization, in structuring the client or employing organization's affairs in a tax efficient manner. Excuse me. At this junction, I'd like to point out that the board had intentionally referred to the term tax efficiency rather than tax minimization, because the board perceived that it to be a more neutral term of the two. So overall, we received broad support from stakeholders in the direction of the task force in the description of tax planning. We had a few more recommendations in terms of addressing certain concerns. I'm not going to go through point by point that's on the slide there, but to basically wrap it up and mention that a lot of the concerns that was raised is of not surprise to the task force. It is concerns that we heard during the roundtable and outreach activities, and subject to further task force deliberation, we will make sure that we clear some of the confusion at the September meeting and going forward. To sum it up, while some of the respondents are of the view that the description is too broad, others are concerned that certain services, as described in examples in the related services, goes beyond the issue of aggressive tax minimization. As you can appreciate, the polarizing views of tax planning description demonstrate in itself that this topic's vastness in terms of types of tax planning services that's out there that's being provided. And the focus of this project, if I may say, it's not so much about nailing it down to aggressive tax planning strategies, but it is very important for us to go and describe what tax planning is about and then describe the various services that might be covered under that description. The task force is very clear about its intention not to comment on a particular tax planning strategy. And this is something we've communicated from the beginning of the project itself. Lastly, if I may share with you, in several comment letters, concerns were raised on the monitoring and enforceability of these provisions, with reasons ranging from whether it is the scope of the related services as drafted being unclear, or that these provisions wouldn't be applicable to tax practitioners or professionals because they are not required to comply by the code, or concerns that in some jurisdiction where there already exists tax legislation to govern tax professionals' code of conduct, whether the provisions we put in place will conflict or misalign with the local tax laws and regulations. The next theme is the role of PA in acting in the public interest. Over the last few days, you have been quite inundated with the term public interest. It is not exempt from this discussion as well. In fact, during the fact-finding phase of the project, the board noted the benefit of PAs providing tax planning services as they play a significant role in supporting and enhancing the effectiveness of tax system. It is so important that tax planning is so important for employing organization and clients that tax advisory services constitute a significant part of the profession's activities worldwide. However, in the media in the last few years and even of recent, concerns about tax advisors' role in assisting tax avoidance has risen significantly. Public mistrust of professional tax advisors has risen to such a level that legislation is being considered to regulate tax advice and tax advisors in some major jurisdictions such as the EU. Hence, in the proposal, the board is of the view that in sections 380 and 280, that we will clearly call out contextual guidance that explains an important part of what acting in a public interest means for the PA is for them to contribute their knowledge, skill, and experience to assist clients in meeting their tax planning goals while complying with tax laws and regulation. Overall, we received broad support for the direction of the proposals, with concern raised whether we're placing too much onus on the PA in situations where ultimately it is still the PA to judge what is in the public interest, rather seemingly the client themselves to be fulfilling the obligation to act in accordance with the public interest. There were also views on how a PA would, in practice, to be able to ascertain who is defined a public interest in, for example, a cross-border situation. It is a game of a musical chair in which jurisdiction would be subject to base erosion versus the other. Another view that was shared, which has come up in board meetings in the past, is that provisions may inadvertently place PAs at an unfair disadvantage when PAs are perceived to have a more ethical requirement to abide by the provisions in the tax planning services. This is a summary of the feedback we received on the matter of PAs acting in the public interest. Now I'll pass the floor to Jens.
Thank you, Carla. We will try to switch to the next item, credible basis, and you may imagine that that is one of the key parts of discussion. As you do remember, we tried to find a term which is jurisdiction neutral and not occupied by definitions in certain jurisdictions. So we try to be as neutral as possible. And here we get, I would say, significant support. Most of the people understood what we want to achieve. And it's a situation where we have to deal with all the jurisdictions. And one comment was that the articulation of an appropriate basis in the tax code varies by jurisdiction and no global terminology is possible. We're thinking, yes, the first half of the sentence is true, and that's why we take this generic term, credible basis, which is not jurisdiction driven. But I think what we can learn out of this feedback process and the comment letters is that we should look at the application material and perhaps clarify and answer the one or the other question which was raised to be more precise and for further clarification, and perhaps also to be consistent, because on the one or the other comment is saying there might be an inconsistency inside. So we will look at that. But I think even the critical comments are supporting that we must have such a term, because what is a credible basis that might be different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So some propose to have a little bit more a term where we would say where the tax advice will more likely than not, or other terms we know from the audit issues. But I think we have learned throughout our outreach activities that exactly that term would be very jurisdiction individual. And that's why I think the concept is right, and we will look at some also drafting comments from some comment letters. That is, I would say, one of the biggest tasks we have to do is to get through the application material and look where we can be more precise. The next one is the stand back test, and there doesn't work. Thank you, Astu. And the next slide. Yes, we can stand back. I would say we also here good support, but perhaps we have to make crystal clear that it's not a due diligence process which we are accepting here. In a nutshell, what is a stand back test? It is, we have established a credible basis. So we are not in the uncredible gray part. We are in the better part of a possible outcome. And there we are saying, don't stop after having made the assessment, it's legal, I have all the factors considered, but then we think, and that's a proposal in the exposure draft, and that's a little bit driven by, I call it the Starbucks situation, where everything was cleared with the authority, but even though there was then an outcry in the public on that specific situation, and we're saying it is part of the process, we think, that the professional accountant in a situation where he or she has established a credible basis should have a stand back and look at the overall structure and make a final assessment. But it is not, as I said, a complex process. It's just to reconsider and to have a wider scope or perspective and to include other considerations, as we are calling the wider economic consequences. And some concerns were raised about these wider consequences. So I think our task is here to be clear which work effort we are expecting here. And I think that is something we can clarify in the application material. The next point of, I think, which is disagreements, we received only some concerns, and also here the majority was very supportive. There was, I think, the main question whether we should align the consequences or the proposed approach in section 380.20 and 280.20. So which steps we are expecting or proposing in a situation of disagreements. That means if the client is not following the advice you are proposing. And we will look at that to be here as consistent as possible. The next is documentation. And after having had a discussion on documentation this morning, you may imagine that we have received support, yes, but all range of proposals. Some people said we should say strongly encourage a documentation. Others said we should describe a situation where we are expecting a documentation where there is a high risk, so the risk management argument. And we have also a significant number of respondents said it should be a requirement. So I think that we will bring back to the board after having considered it in the task force, and we will come back with a proposal. Last but not least, I just want to give your attention to one comment from the PIOB, an encouragement to consider, and we will take this on board too, which is on transparency. That was a heading in the public interest matters. So there is a sentence that the board should consider to encourage the PAIB and the PAPP to transparency in the reporting of the client or the employing organization. This is an aspect we will, which is new to this discussion, and we will consider this. So I want to be in the time frame given. So the next steps, yes, we have a meeting in July where we will, not say hopefully, we will come with tweaks and proposals, which we then can present to the September CAC and the September board. And we will provide you with, in October and November, with advanced drafts for a second read in December. So we are still very, very confident that we will meet the scheduled timeline end of December in the December board meeting. So I think that's all. And now Q&A.
Thank you very much, Jens and Carla. And thank you for being able to provide us already with so substantial information and takeaways from the public consultation after such a short period after it finished. Thank you for that. So, Begoña, please.
Well, the only thing I want to add is that we have already expressed several times in our briefing memos, observation memos, that we are very pleased with the approach that this project is taking. We understand that, well, the framework proposed for public accountants to deal with the ethical issue, with the taxation issues is a good approach and goes in the right direction. Thanks for mentioning about the transparency suggestion that we have made. And the only thing I would like to insist perhaps is that you have to keep, we should keep demanding high ethical standards, even if other unregulated professions don't have such standards. Well, only that if you could approach other stakeholders, it's always good. You've been talking about how useful has been the roundtables, but it's true that people tend to be very, well, sending common letters is more complicated. So if you continue doing that and talking with the European institutions is really a good thing. So from our point of view, this is a good project, and well, if everything goes as you plan, it will be ended soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begoña. Mark.
Thank you. I think just really to sort of recognise that when the board voted to approve the exposure draft and the consultation, I think I said at the time it would be really interesting to see what feedback came, because I think this is a very hard project to land. And actually, I think the summary that Jens and Carla have given us is actually rather more positive than I actually thought would come out of the exposure. I think for me, the one point that really sort of stands out as being quite important is that the sort of legislative and regulatory framework around tax, and in particular the sort of anti-abuse processes, almost sort of on your issue around the credible basis, it almost suggests you evaluate your credible basis, and you need to continue to evaluate your credible basis. It's not a single issue. But I think otherwise it recognised that it seems to have landed in a very positive place thanks to the work of the task force.
Thank you, Mark. And let me just take that opportunity to mention also that it's very important to note that we actually got, as you started by saying, respondents are in general very happy or happy, but they have some comments. And I did not want to interrupt you, but I'm happy to know that there are no unhappy respondents. But this is really positive, all the more that as far as I could see, I think that most of the respondents represent the profession, where we could expect a little bit more unhappy people. And so this is even more representative because, well, I hope this is a good sign that we are landing in the right place. Thank you. Rania, no, it was not Hector.
Thank you very much. For full disclosure, I practiced tax law for over a decade, and I did a lot of tax planning, ethical, I would like to point. And coming from that perspective, and I'm not sure if maybe I miss it from the exposure draft, but the biggest friend you have when you are trying to steer a tax planning into an acceptable ethical direction and you have pushback from the CFO or somebody else is the board of directors. And you have usually independent members that are not fiscally that involved as others within the company that are willing to say no, that are willing to say this is unacceptable. We cannot have this in the public. What if people knew that we were doing this, as you say in Starbucks case? So I know the tax directorate of the OECD was always pushing in the direction of the directorate where I was on corporate governance, trying to make sure that it was one of the tasks of the board under the principles to review tax planning and make sure that it was not aggressive and it was not, and there was a lot of pushback from the corporate governance people saying we cannot have every topic, compliance, human rights addressed by the board. But I think the world has been moving from when this discussion took place about 10 years ago. I know the principles are being reviewed right now. I'm not as sure if they are included or not, but it would make sense from an ethical point of view that the tax planning has some, if it's relevant, has some sort of buy-in from the board, and especially in the case of a dispute. My practice was when the CFO was saying no, but we need to do this, and I would say let's go to see the board and ask them what about headline risk, newspaper, New York Times headline with the name of your company, is that acceptable or not? And usually it wasn't. So that's it.
Thank you very much for that, Hector. I would add the audit committee to the board, but well, that's another discussion. Thank you.
Just to react, we have it in an exposure draft because in this disagreement, I was very brief on that. We said that there is, despite the situation for PAB, who is in a hierarchy, whistleblowing, etc., this type of issues, we are saying those inform those charged with governance. But we are also here jurisdiction neutral. If you have a two-tier system, a one-tier system, independent, etc., but to include as one action or safeguard to communicate to those charged with governance. So, but perhaps we can reconsider and see whether it's clear enough, but that is something we can discuss in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just a few comments from my perspective, and I do recognize this is really just the first pass at the exposure draft comments. So the task force is going to do its proper work, its full due diligence, and really go through the comments with a fine-tooth comb. But we've only really just gotten a sense of the direction, at least, and I probably share Jens's take that at first blush, we're not seeing any big any showstoppers, so to speak, and the direction is very encouraging. But I just sort of reflected on what you just said, Gabriela, that is it that respondents were generally supportive, or whether they were supportive but had certain comments or points of feedback to share with the board, or were there one or two respondents who were literally saying, this should stop and we shouldn't go any further. And I did get a sense that there might be one or two of those, and that's what I said. Maybe when the task force comes to the board in September, let's have a bit more of the granularity in terms of responses, so that at least we have the full picture. My second point is in relation to our interaction with the European Commission. I think we did have a couple of calls, or one or two calls over the last few weeks, and if I recall, in terms of the feedback we collected from them, what they did share is, and that's really more important of information to the board, that they did review the exposure draft, and they didn't see anything that would contradict what they were trying to do. Just to be clear, the commission is trying to put in place a safe framework to address, first of all, the topic of tax evasion, which clearly is sort of the no-claw, the illegal sort of issues, and secondly, the issue of aggressive tax avoidance, which basically this project is also in a way responding to in the public interest. And I think what I would take from that conversation we had with them is more the sense that they saw this project as being supportive of what they're trying to do in the public interest, and not so much getting in the way of what they are intending to do from a regulatory perspective, because to be clear, they're really approaching it from the regulatory angle. And secondly, that equally on their side, they didn't see what they were going to be doing under the SAFE initiative as being or as getting in the way of what this board is also trying to achieve in the public interest. In other words, it's very much a complementary set of actions coming from both sides, both on the IESBA side, from the ethical perspective, in terms of guiding the conduct of accountants who are doing tax planning, and also on their side, looking at it from the regulatory perspective in terms of addressing the particular objectives they would like to achieve, as I say, on the sort of two areas of tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. So that's, I think, just to inform the board as to where they're going, and clearly we will see where they end up in terms of their proposals over the coming months. And maybe my third point is, and maybe that's on the slide on the stand back. I think there was one comment or one bullet point that I just want to maybe highlight. I don't know if Carla, if you can just flick back to that. Okay, so maybe that's this one. So it's is it or maybe it's on the credible basis. Maybe it's a credible base. Oh no, this is a credible. So if yeah, so I think there was one comment that sort of talked about second guessing. Or maybe it's, yeah. So anyway, there's a comment there that I think, Carla, you summarized about a concern that's come through about these provisions basically putting accountants in jeopardy in terms of essentially exposing them to second guessing. This is not a concern that is being raised for the first time. On a number of projects in the past that the board has undertaken, there has been that sort of comments that's come through, that sort of concern about accountants being, let's say, concerned about being subjected to second guessing, and therefore really being exposed to litigation and whatever. So the way the board has approached it in the past is to say, absolutely not. This is not the intent of the board to expose the profession to second guessing, because if that indeed was the case, maybe you don't even need a code of ethics, because anything you will do, you will be exposed to second guessing, and therefore you will never get things right. The way we did it under the no-claw project, and because this concern was so strong, that would put in a provision in the no-claw sections to emphasize the point about acting in good faith. And I cannot recall whether we had something in the exposure draft about an expectation that accountants in undertaking tax planning would be acting in good faith. And maybe that's a good antidote, if I can put it that way, to really demonstrate that the board is sensitive to that concern, but at the same time acknowledging that this is not the intent of the board to expose accountants to second guessing, because that's never going to be the case in terms of the ethics standards. So that I thought that's an important point to emphasize, and maybe on a go-forward basis as the task force looks to, turning around the document, etc., for September, that we just pay attention to this, but also recognizing that, this should not, in a way, put an obstacle to the board moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Rania, please.
Thank you. So actually my question, it's not the comment, it's a question. It's basically in reaction to the discussion we had over lunch. It had me thinking about sustainability and taxation. So my question is the following. So in light of our work on sustainability, could we envision potentially a situation where, so you're helping your client plan their taxes, and in theory, you're supposed to help them pay the legal minimum, but at the same time, that legal minimum is not exactly aligned with the public interest from a sustainability standpoint. And really that would really depend on how efficient and effective the tax policies are in that jurisdiction. And I give you an example. For instance, carbon taxes. It could be that the carbon taxes are not high enough to really motivate a company to switch to cleaner energy, because it's more costly to switch to cleaner energy than to pay the tax. So this is, I'm just giving an example. Or for example, fuel subsidies. Actually, this is one of the criticism against many countries that have committed to climate goals, but at the same time, they continue to give fuel subsidies, fossil fuel subsidies. So my question is, I'm not trying to be philosophical or to make your job more difficult, and feel free not to respond. I'm just putting it out on the table in the context of our work on sustainability and all this fuss around it. And we have embarked on this project. Could this be a question that we are faced with somewhere down the line? Just something to think of and to be ready, perhaps, if possible, with an answer. Thank you.
Thank you for these comments. I will just quickly respond. Yes, tax is part of some sustainability frameworks. And if there is an inconsistency between, for example, the published tax planning principles and part of the sustainability reporting and the actual doing, there is in our part, in the part of the tax advice, we have included this as a part of the stand back obligation. What we didn't have done is to say in each and every framework, tax is part of the sustainability framework, because that would be not neutral to the framework. But I think that is something, the consistency issue between doing here and here, that's what the first remark. The other remark is just to be clear, the tax planning section is only for someone who is not doing assurance work. So it's not the question of doing some assurance on the one side, that is covered by the other part, so to say, only to be clear. But we will consider this, your point. So I thank you for raising that. And a very quick remark to Ken's 3 points. One is, yes, we have 3 or 4 comment letters. We are just saying we are not the opinion that the code, what I mentioned at the beginning, should include tax planning. But then they gave detailed advice. If you're not confirming, here are our comments. So not radical no, but say we are still of the opinion it would be better to have only application guidance material, but we are seeing the situation that you are marching in a different direction. So not a full stop, but to say yes, but, or no, but. So that's why I'm happy that this is a constructive response and not only no response. And last but not least, to the SAFE project, just to that everyone is informed, we are coming to the end of the period of the European Commission. And the question is whether the European Commission will be able to stick on the timeline to publish this enabler regulation directive, because they have to do this till November or October. Otherwise, they are in the mode of elections, and no project will go through the parliament anymore. No time would be left, just as an information. But the more it is important to say that the relaxation perhaps on the side of the Commission is partly also because there is no gap in the future. So they have seen that there is something on the ethical base, so they can reduce their responsibility on the more administrative side. And the SAFE proposal in its core is an administrative tool to be sure that every tax advice given in the European Commission is registered, and by that in the scope of an enforcement authority. So that is the only remaining issue of the SAFE initiative. I just want to highlight, so they are more than one time said, we don't want to regulate the profession. We just want to be sure that there is a market which is regulated for for advisors from third parties, from third countries, but also inside the European Union.
Thank you, Jens. Let me just confirm that I understood well when you say that they came to the conclusion that there isn't exactly a gap, because there is something is what we are doing.
Yes, that was out of the conversation. You were also part of the task and member of the task force. Yes, and they said, wonderful. Good, we don't want to interfere, go on with your project. We don't want to regulate the profession. And we are seeing that you are on the same page as we are in the expectation of what should be done. But they never would say a regulation by the profession is always in their mind, or a self-regulatory or whatever they call it is enough. But they're saying no need of acting in that field now. So that was the exact wording we witnessed.
Thank you, Ken. Sorry, Jens.
Would it be worth maybe informing the board about your expected appearance in July?
Yeah, mentioned it very superficially at the start. I didn't say that it was me. I said that IESBA has been invited because it's me who has been invited, but of course it's not because of me. So it's the IESBA, so that's how I put it. But yes, it's going to be me who is going to be to have to be there, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's what they want. But thank you, Ken, for reminding us about that. Okay, that's very good news. Jens, is that? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful work done and achievements, and for the update so close to the end of the consultation. Okay, we can now move to the next item in the agenda, and the next item in the agenda is for Andy to update us on the PI rollout. Thank you for the work that you keep on doing, and for being here once again.
Yeah, I just looking towards, we have some slides for that to come up. Oh, I don't get the clicker? Or you can have it actually, so maybe, yeah. Oh, you don't think it works? Oh, okay. Well, I could. So anyway, let me start and thank really want to thank Jeff and Laura for providing such outstanding support to the working group. The working group has made prior reports to the board about various outreach efforts, but today is really an update on a couple of things, which includes the IEESB's coordination and where they are. So the purpose is really to inform the board the progress of that and where they're going. And then I'm going to make some just informative remarks as to the jurisdictional database. So I'm going to, so Nam has been our liaison with the IAASB. So I'm going to turn the floor and the clicker somehow over to you. So take it away.
Thank you, Andy. Oh, okay. Yeah, we are here. Okay, as a background of IESBA PI project, our board approved the revisions to the definitions of listed entity and public interest entity PI in December 2021. In response to the revisions, IESBA approved the project proposal in March 2022 with 4 objectives to serve the public interest. One of the 4 objectives is to define whether an audit report is an appropriate mechanism to enhance transparency about the relevant ethical requirements for independence for certain entities when performing an audit of financial statements. To operationalize the transparency provision in paragraph 400.20 in our PI revisions. IESBA decided to bifurcate its project into 2 tracks in consideration of the urgency of finalizing its amendments regarding the transparency provision given the effective date of December 2024 in our PI revisions. Track 1 is a fast-moving track dealing with the objective I just mentioned. Track 2 will deal with the rest of the projects. In March 2023, IESBA considered its task force's analysis of ED comments and was generally supportive of task force's views and proposals as follows. First, revisions to ISO 700 revised and ISO 260 revised are necessary. Second, auditor's report provides a clear mechanism to operationalize the transparency provision in our PI revisions. Third, the conditional approach in paragraph 28C of ISO 700 revised is maintained as was proposed in the ED. Lastly, IESBA will consider revisions to ISRE, International Standard for Review Engagement 2400 revised with respect to review reports as part of track 2, which will come later. IESBA suggested that the task force consider a little tweak to ISA 260 revised by adding a new requirement in relation to communication to auditors' independence with those charged with governance. In March, in Abu Dhabi, IESBA, our board considered working group's analysis of IESBA task force's proposal and did not raise any issue. Our board supported the working group's proposal to only consider the IESBA exposure draft respondent's suggestion about limited distribution of auditor's report after the IESBA's approval of track 1, which will come next week. IESBA task force will seek approval its final text next week, which will include the following. First, refinement to paragraph 28C, 50, and A35A of ISO 700 revised. Secondly, new requirement in paragraph 16A of ISO 260 revised to address ex post communication with those charged with governance about the independence requirement applied for audit engagements. Lastly, the effective date will be December 24, 2024, the same as that of our PI revisions. So here is the our working group's proposal. Working group supports the revisions proposed by the IESB's task force in that first, the proposed text in paragraph 28C, 50, and 835A effectively operationalizes the transparency provision in our PI revisions. Second, no other issue that needs to be raised to IESB has been identified from the perspective of operationalization of the transparency requirement. Lastly, the proposed effective date aligns with our effective date, which is December 2024. This is the last slide for me. This is the next step forward. IESB will approve the final text for track 1 next week. In connection with track 2, the TF plans to seek an approval by IESB board is exposure draft in June next year, and followed by the final approval of the pronouncement in December 2026. I believe that's all for me.
Thank you, Sugnam. Yes, and I believe we previewed this in March, and the working group's view that the IESB has effectively operationalized in the auditing standard what we had so delicately placed in our ethics provision. But if anyone disagrees with that, I certainly would love to hear from anyone now. And as mentioned, this other project is to operationalize further the far reaches of expanding the PI category throughout the auditing provisions. And that's really more of just the end result of what we've done here, but the direct result is the transparency requirement. So the next item that I wanted to just, again, thanks Sugnam for that. Does that clicker work? Oh, okay, you did it. Oh, wow. Is just a jurisdictional PI database. As you recall, one of the items that, as we were developing the standard, and we had the mandatory categories, there were some other mandatory categories that were in an exposure draft. We took them out, and we committed to increasing the jurisdictional PI database for a couple of reasons. One is to further explore whether there's in the post-implementation study, there's a need to further expand our scope, but also mainly to provide feedback to the jurisdictions as they refine the code for their jurisdictions as to what's happening around the world, so they could share that information. We had many webinars and so forth where we got people together from various jurisdictions, and they shared their stories of how they operationalize it. And one reason why we didn't stipulate the minimum size of companies, et cetera, is because the definition of PI and its impact on the systemic impact on the economy is really not meant for a global standard. That was really up for the a local definition. And so that project was recently completed. Again, thanks Laura and Jeff for that. There's about 78 jurisdictions. I mean, the results you could see if you want to look at them yourselves is that our main categories are definitely stand out, that are mandatory categories as the most applied category, and then the other the investment trusts and pension schemes are there as well, meeting some level of threshold. But go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to add, want to thank Jean as well, because she did most of the work on the PI database.
Oh, thank you, and apologies on that. I did want to, not quite a part of the jurisdictional database, but carrying on with that, I did take note that the AICP has issued their exposure draft. Was it today? Today, on getting through the process. And I just mentioned that because I was not participating for separation of so forth. I certainly didn't participate in the draft of that, but I did give it a read, and it does certainly look like it operationalizes for this jurisdiction the substantial requirements of the standard with an effective date lining with our effective date. So congratulations to them. So forgive the indulgence. I figured I'd mention that as well. So that was basically it right now. It's more of an information sharing. IESB is on track to just put this aside, and we're going to get it in the auditing standards with the same effective date. So the transparency requirement will have no uncertainty, and that the implementation is carrying on as the local jurisdictions are considering what to do. The jurisdictional database will be helpful in that. But certainly happy to take any questions, especially if they're about the PI rollout.
Thank you very much, Andy. Sadia, please.
Thank you, Andy. This is so pleasing to see that we're getting coordination aligned with the PI definition, and we're having exciting news about jurisdictions releasing their exposure drafts. I would encourage the board to use social media to share this information. I think as jurisdictions are looking at their own definitions, they want to be aware of what other jurisdictions are doing to kind of liaise on why there's differences in the approaches that has been taken. I think that sharing of information, if we could do it, would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a terrific idea. And I do recall, I think I recall a LinkedIn post when the jurisdictional database went live, but we should be sharing that to our respective networks too, so that it has the broader distribution.
Yeah, and maybe make some reminders later along the way. Thank you for that, Sadia. Chana, please.
So, Andy, just to give you the good news that on the 31st May board meeting, IESBA also approved the standard. It's not issued as yet, but approved the standard on the PI definition. Of course, our one was a bit higher because it already includes the pension entities. Which is an existing requirement in Australia, but it's done and it has the same effective date as the IESBA code.
Very good. It's very good to know that, Chana. Ken?
Thank you, Gabrielle. Two questions. Well, first of all, I think this has been excellent work done by our staff team, despite all the pressures. No pressure, I'm just saying. But really, I couldn't be more pleased. We did commit to developing this jurisdictional PI database, and we managed to get through to it. But I think the question that will come up is, this is sort of fresh off the press, but in a year's time, in 2 years' time, in 3 years' time, how do we keep this evergreen? So maybe that's more a reminder to us, to myself and to my team, as to how we're gonna approach this. And because once it's out, we have to make sure that it is kept refreshed so that it stays relevant. And Andy, you want to come in on this?
No, I was going to say, especially as the various jurisdictions do operationalize it, then they could be refined with what is ending up in those standards.
And absolutely. And just in that regard, Gabrielle, to your point, let's also make sure that we connect into our networks to make sure that there's visibility, there's awareness. And we can do this internally through IFAC. So let us also make sure that we're connecting into our sort of colleagues across the IFAC organization to make sure that they're also giving visibility and raising awareness about the existence of its database. And my second question is more a practical question, Andy, and that's to your point on the track one issue. You did mention that the working group was going to come back to the board on this open question as to when there is going to be limited distribution to the auditor's report, and the working group is going to look at this once the audit board has finalized its track one revisions. What is your anticipated time frame in terms of coming back to the board with some thoughts?
It would be not today, but Jeff, do we have a anticipated time, or we got?
I would say not tomorrow either.
Yes.
But I think just leave that with staff to organize the time, but certainly decide, in the next 2 quarters or the second half of the year, we would definitely come back to the board with some suggestions and at least what the working group has discussed. Yes.
Yeah. No pressure.
Well, is there anything else we're doing? So no.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you again, Angie. And, sorry, Begoña.
Just a brief comment to say that, well, it's a pleasure to see this database with all this information, which is very interesting, very important. I know the definition of PIEs was a bit complicated, but it went well. And having this detail is pretty important. So if you can, well, make it more publicity about its existence, it will be good because it's going to be used. Thank you.
Thank you, Begoña. I was going to mention the same. This was before my time and before your time, I think. But we know that it was a very hard, difficult project with a lot of involvement from Stavros, Tomadakis in it. So, and it's more than due that we use this very good material as much as possible and spread it as much as possible. So thank you for mentioning that as well. And well, thank you, Andy. Thank you, staff, for this very good work. Thank you, Sungnam. These databases will be appropriately disseminated among our stakeholders as it must be. Well, can we move to the next topic? So next topic is the topic of coordination between IESB and IESBA. And I confess that I'm not absolutely sure about who is going to make this presentation. It's Sadia? Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Let me first, sorry, I'm looking at screen to see if we can see the attendees. I just want to welcome Julie Cordon, the IESB chair of ISA 240 revised task group and IESB staff that may be on the call. Thank you for joining us, and we're looking forward to your presentation in a bit. You made a call at our last meeting in Abu Dhabi. We promised to give you a short update and do this biannually, but we couldn't stay away. So please indulge us with a short update in this quarter as well. If this quarter has, as I was reflecting on the last quarter, I learned 2 things about coordination. Firstly, coordination is work. And this comes from all sides. I saw the IASB staff, I saw coordination consideration at task force, and then we also have specific liaison members on specific projects, as well as this is being done at the IASB. So I think it's a good time to appreciate all involved in the coordination effort. The second thing I learned about coordination is that it's a bit of a dance. Sometimes we lead, sometimes we follow, sometimes it's quick tempo, and sometimes it's a long waltz. But all of this is done with deliberately and with clear purpose. And I'm sure we're all experiencing that. So in the last quarter, we held a IESB IESBA liaison video conference. This is done biannually. Anecdotally, we keep a spreadsheet of all coordination efforts, and we are at the stage where we are looking at archiving some of those worksheets. So that's testament to the number of projects that we have done, that we actually have to focus on what's currently open and what has already gone to rest. As a reminder, we also have Rich, who is our liaison, an IESBA liaison member to the IASB Sustainability Task Force. And we just heard from Sungnam, who's the IESBA liaison member to the IASB listed entities and PI Task Force. Thank you for representing us. In the case of fraud, Ken, Carla, and myself, we had 2 calls on this topic, and we also provided some comments, but I'm not going to steal any more thunder from Julie's update. Let me hand over to Carla.
Thank you, Sadia. Next slide, please. No, before, the one before, thank you. As Sadia's mentioned, at the staff level, we maintain a coordination worksheet which is shared on a quarterly basis with technical directors and as required with the liaison members. This worksheet contains all the projects that's being undertaken on the IESBA side and the IESBA side, and the next two sites, you'll be able to see what projects are there. And for the benefit of the new members, I will go into a bit more detail on some of the projects that don't have a corresponding project in the site. So for example, sustainability has been mentioned during the session, so I wouldn't go too much in detail on the work that's been done on sustainability, but I will briefly mention fraud, going concern, LC, audit evidence, and you've had update from Andy and Sunam on PI. So first of all, we have the project on fraud. It is chaired by Julie, and this project was approved by the IESBA in December 2021. The key matters being addressed emphasize on the clarity of auditors' responsibility and to reduce the ambiguity of the inherent limitations of audit and auditors' responsibility. It is also to update the revisions that was made to ISA 315, which is identifying, assessing material misstatements. And the other revision that was made to the draft will be enhancement in relation to communication with those charged with governance. The IESBA board will be having the next discussion in June 2023, and Julie will take us in following session in terms of the proposals that Sadia, Ken, myself reviewed in the last few weeks. Sorry, I almost forgot your names. The next project is Going Concern, which is chaired by Josephine Jackson. The project proposal was approved March 2022, and the final approval expected in June 2025. The ED is currently out for comment, and the consultation date is due to conclude August 2023. The matters that the Going Concern Task Force consulted on deals with confidentiality and makes specific reference to section 114 of the code, which is the requirement to comply with the principle of confidentiality. On the project for audit of less complex entities chaired by Kai Morgan, the project proposal was approved December 2020, and it is to deal with separate standard on the audits of financial statements of less complex entities to address issues dealing with complexity, understandability, scalability on proportionality of LC audits. The proposed standard is due to be discussed at the June 2030 meeting with the anticipated approval of the standard at September 2023. The coordination matters that's been discussed at the liaison level is the alignment of definition of PI and listed entities as adopted in the code. And obviously, our board's been very busy in the last few years, so there needs to be an update to referencing to the code where relevant in terms of what's proposed in the standard. Lastly is the project on audit evidence, which is chaired by Sue Arman. The ED was issued September 2022 with comment periods closed in April 2023. The next board discussion is anticipated to be December 2023 with final approval by the IESBA board at June 2024. The feedback on the ED was provided by Sadia and Ken on before it went out for market consultation in last year. The matters for alignment was the role and mindset provisions and the provision on management experts' objectivity. And the next slide, please. On this slide is the IESBA project initiatives. And as I mentioned, these projects have corresponding project on the IESBA side, and there's coordination efforts that's ongoing on a frequent basis. So I wouldn't go too much in detail. On the next slide, please. As Sadia mentioned earlier, we had coordination with the Fraud Task Force IESBA IEESB site, and we reviewed the proposed ISA 220 revised in April, and we have 2 teleconferences. And at this point, I'll invite Julie to come in and engage with the board in terms of the proposals that the fraud task force is taking to the June meeting. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Carla, can you hear me okay? Okay, good.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, and happy to be here. I did have a couple of slides, so hoping we can pull that up. But I have taken over as the chair of the fraud task force. You may have interacted with Lynn Provost in the past, who was the previous chair, but I'm happy to be the task force chair now. And this is a significant project for the IESB, and also a project for which we had identified a number of areas of coordination with the IESBA board as part of our project proposal. So I'm just going to quickly cover what we, I guess, maybe a quick round the tour of what we had in our project proposal around our coordination. I'll go into a few more details as to what Carla was referring to on our conference calls that we had with herself, Ken, and Sadia. And then and I'll give you a little bit of a way forward or a timeline. So in our project proposal, and that does go back to December 2021, we had 3 main areas where we had identified a coordination between the 2 boards. The first one was just titled coordination, and we are engaged in that. And as mentioned, we have had those 2 conference calls just recently, and had discussed some proposed requirements or proposed content into proposed ISA 240 that we will discuss at our board meeting next week. So we do have time set aside at the June meeting to go through the standard, and we are now presenting the IEESB with a full markup of proposed ISA 240. So that will be the first time that we'll see it all sort of put back together after we've talked about specific topics. What we focused on in that coordination call and the proposed drafting was focusing on relevant ethical requirements, including linkages to the code, where we could draw those linkages and make that link stronger for the auditor. And I'll go into detail in a couple minutes on those items. One of the other items in our project proposal was to develop some non-authoritative guidance on the relationship between ISA 240, so the fraud standard, and ISA 250, which is the non-compliance with laws and regulations standard, and any other ISAs. So we haven't touched this one yet. We do have a number of non-authoritative guidance documents in our project proposal, which we will get to in due time. But to the extent that we have that standard finalized, we have some wording finalized within the proposal, and we move on to the non-authoritative guidance, we will definitely request input from your board liaison members and staff in the development of that material. And then I would say the third item there, we call it collaboration, but really continued collaboration to the extent that there are opportunities either from the IEESB's perspective or your board's perspective, where we can encourage actions by others in the ecosystem. So before my time as the chair, but I know there was a document issued by IESBA back in October 2022 that touched on sustainability reporting, touched on concerns around greenwashing, and I believe at the time there was some coordination and collaboration done on that topic. So we continue to have that as an action item within our plans. So I mentioned some specifics, areas where the fraud task force, just the next slide, please. Areas where the fraud task force had gone through and considered whether there needed to be, whether it might be a footnote, whether it might be application material, whether it might be something different in drawing that link between 240 and the code. These were the areas that we touched on. So these were the areas that we talked about in our conference calls that were referenced earlier. So I won't read these all out to you, but you can see that as you go through the different topics within ISA 240, there are a number of places where we thought it would be a helpful point to pause and either add some references or some content with respect to how there's a link to the IESBA code. Specifically, when we had our conversations, there was an ask for the task force, for my task force, to focus on definitions. So certain terms are affiliated with fraud. So you think about corruption, bribery, money laundering, third-party fraud. We have now added new application material in our proposals to draw out that concept and focus to make sure that what we were putting in our material was truly not in conflict with the IESBA code. So that was one area that we focused on. There are also appendices to the proposed standard. There are appendices in the extant standard, but we've updated some of the appendices in our proposals, and we wanted to ensure that the fraud risk factors that we had in those appendices were appropriately described. So we've got some feedback on those areas as well as part of the coordination. And then maybe a couple of areas to highlight, because you might be wondering what else did you do in your proposals. We talked about the ongoing nature of communications with management and those charged with governance. And in particular, there was a spot where we thought it was appropriate to highlight that members of the engagement team that could be out there engaging with management or having conversations with those charged with governance on fraud-related matters needed to think about the manner in which they're communicating that information, the way in communications are conducted. And so there was an opportunity to link to the IESBA code in that case, where the code highlights that this may involve a sort of standing one's ground when you're confronted with these kinds of dilemmas or situations. It was also an opportunity to work in the concept of potentially challenging management. And so we felt that was a good add there in the standard. And then we focus, one of our focus areas in this project was on the auditor's report and transparency in the auditor's report. And so you'll be well aware that there could be situations where an auditor needs to think about reporting certain matters and whether there's implications of communicating about a matter, particularly in the key matters section, that could have consequences as it relates to relevant ethical requirements. And so we did include a reference there around things the professional accountant may need to consider if they're considering whether there's a duty of confidentiality. And that was another area where we felt it was really a nice link to the code with the content we already had. There, of course, if you want to read all about the standard, there's a paper that we'll be discussing next week at our board meeting that goes into much more detail, but these were a couple of the items I thought we were worth highlighting, so you got a little bit of a sense as to what we were proposing in our standard. Of course, all of this is up for debate at our board meeting next week, and to the extent that we need to revert back to the group and chat again, we will definitely do that, and we're certainly committed to doing that on an ongoing basis. And then lastly, just a few comments on the way forward. So as I mentioned, June is a big meeting for us. We are bringing a full draft of the standard, but we're expecting a fair amount of discussion at our board meeting on that standard, particularly since we hadn't brought it to the March meeting. And so there's been a bit of a time period that's gone by where we've been working very hard on the standard, but we haven't discussed it at a board. And so that will be a significant conversation for next week. If I could just have the next slide. And then, of course, we will have September and we will have December. And so what we're planning at the moment is that we will approve the exposure draft in our December meeting. So that would be give us the June meeting, the September meeting, and then ultimately approve the exposure draft in December. Also in September, we have the opportunity to go to the CAG meeting and discuss any topics there as well. And then there'll be continued deliberations of the standard once we get the comments back from exposure in sort of the 2024, later 2024 timeframe, and the expected approval of ISA 240 at the moment is March 2025. The thinking there as well is that, and I'm way ahead of myself here, but if you want to ask about implementation date, that would be sometime 18 months or so after that date. And there is a plan to at least try to align certain projects together. So the going concern project, for instance, and the fraud project, if we can try to align those implementation dates, that would be beneficial, because both of those projects have implications around the auditor's report, as an example, where it'd be helpful to have those effective at the same time. So of course, during this time, to the extent that, first of all, we have any feedback from our board that we need to circle back on, we will do that. And to the extent that we have other things that we need to coordinate on, we are committed to do that as well. That was all my prepared comments. So happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Julie and Sadia as well for the presentation, for the great coordination that is being put in place between the two boards, and which is absolutely necessary, and about which we have been urged and receiving a lot of comments and requests about the need to keep coordinated. So thank you for that. Are there any comments or questions or suggestions to Sadia and Julie? Vanya, please.
Thank you, Judy. Very good presentation. And we at IOC, we are following questions related to fraud. So for us, it would be very interesting to follow with you the project in the aspect that IESB is working. So I would really appreciate if you could keep a contact on that. I'll count on Sadia to help us doing so. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vanya. Point taken. Any other comments? If not, well, thank you very much, Julie, once more, and Sadia. And for today, we are ready to go and read, because I think it's what's expected from us until tomorrow, so as to be ready for the discussions tomorrow morning, and make sure that as far as possible we will finish our board meeting with a solid, robust decisions and agreements around the direction to take in the various projects. So thank you very much for this meeting, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 9:15, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, we are starting at 9:15. We do have an external speaker who's joining us, I think, from the West Coast. So that's why it's important to stick to the schedule. But just in terms of reading material, we've been very sensitive to how much the board has gone through already this week. So therefore, we didn't want to put too much pressure on the board in terms of reading. So the two work streams have been very, very kind and very diligent to put together slides for the board, which will be shared by enough today. So ahead of the sessions tomorrow on sustainability, you will see slides coming through in your inboxes from WS1 and WS2. But tomorrow is 9:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, and great. A big thank you to the staff. I don't know if they are here or who is here for this turnaround of not of the documents in this case, but the proposals until the end of the day. We know how hard it is to make things advance while we are meeting, but this is also the reason why we meet for 1 week, is to make sure that we make the best out of and to take all the profit of the time that we are here together. So thank you to everybody. See you tomorrow. Have a good rest. Take a walk before reading. And see you tomorrow and at 9:15. Sorry?
Be careful what you wish for, Mark.